Experiencing pain of any kind? Call a timeout and stop by the Healthiest You Chiropractic Center. There, Dr. Max or Dr. Stephanie will provide a top-tier adjustment. Then you'll unwind in their therapy room. Visit their website at www.thychiro.com or call 440-238-3338 and book an appointment today. The Healthiest You Chiropractic Center, keeping Strongsville pain-free since 2013. Looking to get in shape and join a great community? Look no further than CrossFit Strongsville. We offer classes taught by our amazing staff of coaches. If going solo is more your speed, stop in for our open gym hours. Visit our website at CrossFitStrongsville.com to learn more and view our schedule. Visit our new location at 12608 Alameda Drive in Strongsville. Strongsville CrossFit, you're worth it. You deserve to be healthier and happier. Life moves fast, and so do the unexpected moments. At the Kohut Insurance Agency, we've got you covered. Whether it's auto, home, renters, or something else, our goal is simple: to protect what matters most to you while saving you time and money. With personalized service and the power of many trusted carriers, we'll find the right coverage for you at the right price. Peace of mind shouldn't be complicated. Give us a call at 330-542-6400 or shoot us an email at david.kohut@twfg.com. Kohut Insurance Agency, our policy is caring. Coming to you live from Tri-C's Ron Mottl Field in Parma, Ohio, this is the SmeeSports pregame show on the SmeeSports. You look at the pitchers today. Max Wager for Bryant Stratton, Keegan Gilbride for Tri-C. It's the aces going at it. Last time that Bryant Stratton faced Gilbride, they upped his ERA by nearly 1 And on top of that, 84 career strikeouts. He gets 16 today, which from what we've seen is definitely possible, especially considering the fact that this is a 9-inning game. He would be at 100 in his career. And based on that math, because of the redshirt year, most of his strikeouts are this year. All but 14 were this year.
Yeah, I mean, that is very, very impressive. Obviously, he's got a tough task on the mound with Tri-C's offense. Very, very potent, and we know their power. But obviously, last time he came out and shut him down really nicely, only allowed that one hit, and looking to do the exact same thing today.
Well, keeping with the Bobcats going to the offenses today, two key names to look at. Of course, Gavin McLean, the sophomore out of Tiffin Columbian High School, and then Tyler Biskup, the redshirt sophomore out of Cloverleaf. McLean, so far this season, has 12 home runs. Now, you go to Biskup. Here's a crazy one. 17 on the year. And just to go through his career stats as a redshirt sophomore, 95 career hits, 99 career RBIs, 25 career home runs, and 50 extra base hits. He played one game last year, really did not influence his stats. You talk about a program-changing player. Tyler Biskup has become that for the Bobcats. In game number 1, he gets the nod in right field, but as we saw last time, I would expect him to play behind the plate in game number 2.
Yeah, absolutely. It really, really helps out your offense, and obviously he has been doing a lot of work for this offense this year, but especially when you put him in the middle of the lineup, you're able to get him in the field, and like you said, probably going to see him behind the plate in game 2, but he's just such a phenomenal hitter. Obviously, we know he's got the power, but, he's just able to find ways on base, and that's exactly what you need out of your guys.
Going down the list today in the starting lineup, it's Nico Reach at second, Gavin McLean at short, Tyler Biskup in right, Adam Kidder behind the plate, Holden Cope, a former Tri-C guy, as the designated hitter, Hudson Gherkin playing third, Kevin Sanchez at first, Talon Wilbon in left, and Jackson Stoltz batting ninth and playing center field. A strong lineup, very similar to what we saw last week. However, we did not see Holden Cope in either game at Ron Mottl Field on Friday nights.
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting thing, maybe throwing out there a little tactic to show the guys up. But, yeah, it's definitely got to be an emotional one for him. I mean, you're playing against your former team, but you're trying to go out there and you got to move on to the next round, so you got to do as best as you possibly can.
He has had 10 at-bats all season. What do you think his average is?
200.
400. He is 4 for 10, 1 RBI, and 2 doubles. So when he has played, he has been a huge piece of the offense, albeit in a small sample. This team has played 50-plus games. This will be game 53, and then after game number 54. For Tri-C, they're playing 46 and 47 today, so a slight discrepancy between these two teams in games played.
I mean, that's a lot of games. Obviously, Tri-C, and I'm sure Bryant Stratton had a ton of them canceled too, but then all of a sudden you're just able to find a team on the schedule that wants to play on a random day, and you're like, oh, let's throw a game together a couple hours later, and you get those games in.
Cough, cough, Point Park.
Yeah, exactly.
That was the big example of that on Tri-C's end. And speaking of the Triceratops, their starting lineup today, some big changes to note, but going 1 through 9, Jameer Ross is in center, Nate Hill is at third, Diddy Farrell, one of the big changes, is doing the catching today. Hasn't caught in a long while after his injury on the road at Allegheny. Vinny Gallagher is at first base, Brock Miller at second base. We saw that change on Friday night, and it looks like Coach Cap wants to see what it can do in a playoff setting. In the 6th spot, A.J. Trobenter, DHing this game, could be behind the plate in game number 2. Dreger's out in left, batting 7th. Jackson Bowles is in right, and rounding out the starting lineup, Braden Bortnick at short. You look at this lineup. Ross has been at the top the whole year. Hill, same thing. Same with Diddy. Gallagher's been the 4 for a long time. Miller, he has kind of shot up and down the list. Trobenter is like the only guy here that has stayed where he is at right now in the 6th spot. Dreger's been high. Bowles has been high. Bortnick was the 2. This is the definition of a balanced 1 through 9, where a number of these guys, or I'm going to rephrase this because I'm confident in saying it, every single guy in the starting lineup today could be a 1, 2, 3, or 4 hitter in one of those roles, and a lot of those guys will be your 4s, and of course you have your 2 1s in Jameer and Nash, but versatility up and down the order, no matter where they lead off in an inning, they're going to have somebody in their desired spots.
Yeah, and that's kind of exactly just what you're saying. Maybe you end off the inning, but all of a sudden, you think you have 7, 8, 9 coming up, but really you have that pseudo 1, 2, 3, and that's the beauty of this Tri-C lineup. It's a really tough lineup to get through, but we're going to see if the Bobcats can't try and mow them down.
You look at this lineup today, a lot of guys who will not be with this program next year because they are moving on to their next adventure. Jackson Bowles is one of the big guys to focus on in that grouping. We both know how big he was for this team last year. Took a backseat this year, but still a prominent figure. He has put it together as of late. How big is that for Tri-C? As we were talking about it before we went on air, with Diddy Farrell able to play catcher again, you can have a strong 1-2-3 outfield. Even without it, you would have to leave somebody from that outfield out of the lineup, which seems really unfair given the talents of Dreger, given the talents of Jameer Ross, and given the talents of both Diddy and Jackson Bowles.
I mean, it's great. It's great to see Diddy back in the lineup. Obviously, with the injury, we didn't know if he was going to come back this year, but able to come back and obviously make his presence known on the field, and it's great to see him behind the dish again. Like you said, it just gives Tri-C more flexibility and more versatility of who can play where, and a lot of these guys can play a lot of different positions, and it's just a great thing to see. And you're trying to get your best lineup going out forward here in game one here and in game two, and just gives them the best opportunity to do so.
You think back to last year, to go back to that Mid-Michigan series, a great 3-game slate. Game number 2, of course, is the one that most people do remember because it ended the 41-game win streak for Tri-C. But the home runs, that was the tempo setter early on in the game. Now, on Bryant Stratton's end, you have those home run hitters. So my question is, who has the advantage of getting the initial advantage, Tri-C or Bryant Stratton?
Well, I think it's got to be Bryant Stratton, right? They're up first. So you have the first crack at it. You have your top of the lineup going at it. Obviously, you're going against the ace and Keegan Gilbride, but you have those home run hitters. You get the first. You literally get the first swings of the game. So I think they obviously have the upper advantage to that. But again, Tri-C. We went back to that those games against Kellogg. Kellogg was boom. They were bombing them out. One swing of the bat. Tri-C was able to claw back, but they only had like 1 or 2 home runs in that entire series. And all of a sudden, Kellogg, they'd be maybe even with maybe even down by 1, and boom, 1 home run would just put them over the top. Not to say that Tri-C doesn't have home run power, because we've seen it a ton this year. Just in that series, it was just so odd seeing the disparity between the two teams.
And I do want to note with that Kellogg series, you and I both thought initially Brock Miller won the game with a walk-off grand slam. The pop was so good off the bat. Launch angles are deceiving, but you mentioned it. Tri-C has their home run hitters. But last time these two teams played here, game number 1, Gavin McClain had 1 man on, and he went yard over the right field wall. Of course, he is one guy to focus on today, and same with Biscup. But in the smaller game, I want to really hone in on Jackson Stoltz here at the bottom of the lineup. Missed his senior year of basketball at Benedictine High School due to injury. He's taken that chip on his shoulder, and so far this year batting .284, has 14 RBIs, 3 doubles, and 1 home run. An on-base percentage of .427. He knows how to walk, and even if it isn't going to be a day that he goes 4 for 4 with 3 extra base hits, it could be a day he goes 1 for 1, base hit, 3 walks, and 4 runs.
Well, you don't need the long ball. Obviously, it's the flashy hit, those extra base hits, but just got to get on base, right? Whether that's with the walk, hit by pitch. There's, 7 different ways to get on base. You just got to find one of them.
Do we play the game of counting them out again?
Hit, error, catcher's interference, walk, hit by pitch,
fielder's choice.
Fielder's choice. And there's one more.
Uh-oh.
Oh, jeez. You got it?
I'm trying to think of what you already said here. Oh, intentional walk.
Yeah,
Does
there
that
you
count?
go. Yeah. I think.
I would assume it's different than a basic walk.
I think.
It's testing our knowledge here, isn't it?
I think we're going to have to check during the break.
I played the game, and I lost the own game that I played.
Yeah. We're gonna check.
We're going to have to, but before we toss it back down to the field, 3 keys to victory for each team. Of course, we go with our keys to victory more in football and basketball because baseball, it's such an unpredictable sport. But we've seen these teams, well, we haven't personally, but 52 games on tape for Bryant Stratton, 45 for Tri-C. You can pick up on the patterns through that many games.
Yeah, I think a big one is going to be the consistency of the pitchers, right? Who can go the furthest? Is it going to be the same thing that we saw to Bryant Stratton did last time, only giving up that 1 hit? It's a huge, huge key thing. Is Gilly going to be able to go out there and really shove and shut him down, or is he going to be pushed out of this game early? I'm really excited to find out on which one.
I'll take number 2 here. You have to run the bases efficiently. Tri-C preaches it. However, we've seen them struggle with that this year. If you have 2 or 3 guys get tossed out running the bases today, I would say that team is going to lose.
And then the big one. I mean, we've seen it all year long from Tri-C, but who's got the bench energy, right? You can go all with the guys on the field, but the benches really fuel them. You know, Tri-C, we know they can get into it. We know that Bryant and Stratton can get into it, but they really affect the mood and how the players are going to feel on the field. Maybe someone makes an error. You got to have that guy on the bench saying, hey, let's go, pick your teammates up, and really get back into it, because we know both these offenses can score in plenty. This could be a one-run game. This could be a blowout game. You got to have that support from your bench, really motivating your guys and pushing them towards the win.
And as we toss it back down to the field, I do want to note one thing. We have been told that there is a run rule. 10 after 7 is the initial one. However, it appears the NJCAA has sent out a different memo. That memo stating it is 10 after 5. If we get there, we'll know. I believe Coach Kaplik is confident it is 10 after 5, but if it is not accepted by either Coach C-Max or by this officiating crew today, it'll be 10 after 7. That is what we played to last year, and I think based on what we've seen so far, it should be 10 after 7. However, the reason they would change it is because of the 9 and 10 seeds now being in the tournament to avoid Kellogg and Maycomb just doing, Kellogg and Maycomb things.
Yeah, well, I'm sure either team wants to figure it out, and the question is, are we going to figure it out at least here in Game 1, or maybe that'll be a Game 2 decision. Maybe we'll play online in both games, but I don't think Jack likes that one. But anyways, I'm really excited to get this one going and underway here.
As we've said all week here on SmeeSports, this is well and truly rivalry week. On Tuesday, we had Holy Name Padua Lacrosse. Yesterday, Alliance versus Marlington Baseball. And today, we go back to where rivalry week started. The number 3 seed Tri-C, the number 8 seed Bobcats. A big one today. It's simple. One team sweeps, they advance to Jackson College next week. If they split, we're back here tomorrow afternoon at 1 p.m. for the biggest game of the season for both teams. With that in mind, we'll toss it down to the field for the coaches meeting, and then after that, the national anthem, and we'll return for first pitch in around 5 minutes.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to say first, all glory to God. Without him, I am nothing.
Power the shove. Neighbor Nation, we will see you on Saturday afternoon. Riley Meister gets the point.
Back into left field. Say goodnight to that baseball.
This is another one. It's back to back jacks for KSU Tuscarawas. Needs a point, and it's alive. Hansen pushes it over. Unbelievable. We play on. It's blocked. We're tied. We're tied. Unbelievable.
It is go time in Parma, Ohio, live from Mottl Field. This is college baseball, and this is the NJCAA Division II Region 12 baseball playoffs on the SmeeSports YouTube channel. Today's matchup features the number 3 seed Triceratops and the number 8 seed Bryant and Stratton College Bobcats. Once again, I am Nathan Smee. Alongside me today, Ragazzo. I can't believe we're already back to the regional tournament, the season coming to a close very soon. But here we are. It's win or go home in the sense of the overall series. Win the series, you advance. You lose it, you're done.
Yeah, I mean, it feels not too long ago that we were here the exact same time doing the exact same thing last year. But, wow, it's been a year, and I'm super excited to get back and into some more playoff baseball here.
Once again, let's talk about the man on the mound today for Tri-C, Keegan Gilbride. What do you think is on his mind right now?
He's just trying to throw strikes. Got to get outs, got to find those strikes. Obviously, it starts with those first pitch strikes, but obviously, he wants those strikeouts, but he's got to rely on his defense behind him. Obviously, you put the best guys behind him and the great guy behind the dish. It's great to have him back in Pat Farrell.
Diddy Farrell, what a talent he has been for Tri-C over the past couple of seasons. This year batting .389, 4 doubles, 4 home runs, 23 RBIs, and 10 stolen bags in 25 games of work. He is going to play as much as he can the rest of this year. A big Ashland commit. He and Jackson Bulls are going to make a dynamic duo in Ashland. But right now the focus is here. The focus is on the tournament. And the focus, first of all, for this defense, Nico Reich, the starting second baseman. And as we said, Cam, it is game 1, yes, we'll say that. However, based on the last 4 games of the regular season being a 2-2 split, it feels more like game 5.
Yeah.
Time locally at Mottl Field is 3:03 p.m. Gilbride is set and ready to go. So are we. And his first pitch is there for strike 1. Exactly the start that you want to see from Keegan Gilbride on the mound.
Exactly. Got to start it off with strike 1, and he finds there in pitch number 1.
And he wants to keep it going as long as he can against a very strong offense. And the 0-1 will miss inside. You go back to the last game between these two teams. A lot of the pitches from Ethan Elbert, who got the nod in game number 1, missed on the inner portion of the strike zone. And a couple then ended up carrying over and hitting a couple of batters. And for Gilbride, you have to avoid that today. The 1-1, flown foul. Entering play today, the redshirt sophomore out of Gibraltar Carlson High School, Michigan, batting .349. And the extra base hit category, 8 doubles, 2 triples, 4 home runs, 14 total on the season. And on top of that, he has 72 career hits as a Bobcats. The 1-2, swing and a miss. And it's 1 up, 1 down to begin the afternoon for Tri-C's defense. This is what Keegan Gilbride does.
Yeah, I mean, a phenomenal pitcher and great thing to start off the day with the first pitch strike and ends it out with a K.
So 1 up, 1 down. And here comes the big man, Gavin McLean. Of course, last time we saw McLean had that home run in the top of the first inning. But since then has kept that average pretty good at .397. And in fact has kept it the exact same. This one ripped over towards the right side and through. It's a 1-out base knock for the shortstop. Once again, we talk about Keegan Gilbride expecting the strikeouts from him. You are going to expect base knocks, at least from Gavin McLean.
Absolutely.
And jumping out early is going to be a key focus for this Bryant and Stratton team. The better jumps they get overall, the better they are going to play as a team. And now here comes Tyler Biskup. The aggressiveness has to be there from both sides. That was also another big issue going back to game number 1 and 2 last week of this series. Gilbride, he will offer back to 1. A good look, but not in time. Entering play today, as we said during our pregame set, a 400 average and 62 RBIs for Tyler Biscup. And of course, we saw a younger Biscup last season in the playoffs here as Holy Name beat Cloverleaf. Gilbride now gets to work on the right fielder and misses up. Definitely a chillier afternoon at the ballpark, as you kind of would expect as of late. The moment that the calendar flipped from April to May, it became frigid. And we'll see how long that continues to be the case in Northeast Ohio before it warms up again. Gilbride's 1-0 left high. How much of an impact do you think that makes in a playoff game?
Well, it's definitely cool for the guys on the bench, but I think the guys out there, they're really excited to be out there, and, you're excited and you're moving around out there, so you're relatively warm.
Don't know how many pitchers we'll have come up here to the press box in between innings like we had last time. Gilbride just misses off. But that pitch on the break looked like it was going to hit the outer edge.
I thought that one was in there. Might have just missed by a little bit, like you said.
I mean, by centimeters at most. It was a really good offering from Gilbride, but a 3-0 count here needs to get back to work. And it's fouled off of Farrell. He appears to be okay, but that is one that is going to sting for a little bit.
Yeah.
That's why catchers wear helmets. And I just noticed Farrell has the backwards helmet and just the mask cover.
Yeah.
It's the old Tri-C logo. The pseudo Twins logo. I know a lot of the current gear still has that one on there, but uniform-wise, it hasn't been there for a while. 3-1 count here on Tyler Biscup. And again, Gilbride throws back to 1. The chemistry between those two, Gilbride and Gallagher, they're always on the same page, and it helps that Gilbride, along with Gallagher, both have pitched for this team.
Yeah.
That goes a long way with building that chemistry, despite the fact that Gilbride played for Talmadge in high school and Gallagher played for Oregon Clay. The 3-1 left high, it's ball 4. And that'll put 2 on for Adam Kidder, the starting catcher. It goes back to that one pitch that was called off the plates.
Yeah. I don't think it missed by much, but still.
The impact is massive.
Huge.
Going back to our keys to victory, the bench energy. Out of the left side of my ear, I'm really hearing a lot from Bryant Stratton, but not too much from Tri-C right now. And they need to get energized. Of course, the defense can do a big part of that and get out of this inning right here. And that has to be at least part of their focus going forward. Gilbride again off the plates. I think based on these opening pitches, you and I are both going to come to the same conclusion that if you are going to attack the outside of the plate, you are not going to get far.
Well, it's just tough because the umpire is positioned on that inner edge, so I think you're going to get a little bit less on the outside, more on the inner edge.
And that means for a lot of pitchers, you have to pretty much change up what you do. And this time he does, brings it over the plate and fouled off. I feel like based on the setup, if he is going to continue throwing strikes, we are going to see more balls put in play than normal. Gilbride's one of those guys that has painted the outer edge quite well this season. And if that's taken away, all you can attack is in. Gilbride's 1-1, again outside, this time connects. He needed that one.
Yeah, you just got to try and find that outer edge. You found it there, and I wouldn't be surprised if he maybe goes fastball on that outer edge, tries to paint at the corner.
If not, get a swing. Counts it at 1-2 on the lefty catcher. 2 on, 1 down so far in the top of the first. And Gilbride, he will...
Time called by the batter.
So he stepped off, and I think the bench initially thought that could have been a bonk, but of course time was called well before that.
Yes.
But I feel like this is going to be one of those games that the close calls are going to be really argue on both sides. It's a rivalry after all. It's a conference matchup in the playoffs. It's not too often that you see that, especially given the old format. But we'll see if that continues to happen more and more often as we are in this slightly adjusted formats. The 1-2, as you expected, did go outside.
I think he would have liked it a little closer, but still not a bad pitch.
And right now, Kidder isn't really showing any aggression from the batter's box.
He's waiting to attack him inside, maybe try and put one down that right field line.
Selectivity is going to be good to an extent today. At some point, you have to try and get a jump on the pitcher. The 2-2, and there it is, a shot into left center field and down. That'll send McLean home from second, and he will score. It's an RBI single for Adam Kidder, and he will take second in the process. It is the Bobcats once again striking first at Ron Mottl. He was patient, and he got his pitch after all.
Yeah, it was just a good piece of hitting. Just sends it right back up the middle, and you got runners, the one runner in scoring position, and then just a good piece of hitting, able to get down in front of the center fielder out there, and everybody else moving up on that throw to third.
Excellent hustle all the way around from Bryant Stratton. You keep two runners in scoring position, and now it's a welcome home party, so to speak, for Holden Cope. The redshirt freshman out of Mayfield High School trying to do some damage. 4 for 10 so far on the year. And a big spot for him. And he takes strike one. He definitely thought about it. I felt like that would have been a great pitch to attack just based on where it fell in.
Yeah. Maybe thinking about going backside here, maybe try and put one over a second baseman's head and Brock Miller.
And from there, you probably do bring around two, just depending on the depth. The 0-1, smacked left side. Hill will charge it from third, and his throw to one is in time. The relay home! They got him! The side is retired! An excellent double play from Tri-C, 5-3-2. Curiosity killed the Bobcats. That's one of those, I get why you go home, but I don't at the same time.
I mean, it's the first inning, right? You already scored one. You're trying to get another one home.
That's not the welcome home he had envisioned. An excellent relay throw from Gallagher. Execution on point for Tri-C's defense gets them out of the jam. But the Bryant Stratton Bobcats do strike first in the tournament, courtesy of Adam Kidder's RBI single. Middle of one at the Mott. 1-0 your score. It's the 8 seed on top. Experiencing pain of any kind? Call a timeout and stop by the Healthiest You Chiropractic Center. There, Dr. Max or Dr. Stephanie will provide a top-tier adjustment. Then you'll unwind in their therapy room. Visit their website at www.thychiro.com or call 440-238-3338 and book an appointment today. The Healthiest You Chiropractic Center, keeping Strongsville pain-free since 2013. Looking to get in shape and join a great community? Look no further than CrossFit Strongsville. We offer classes taught by our amazing staff of coaches. If going solo is more your speed, stop in for our open gym hours. Visit our website at CrossFitStrongsville.com to learn more and view our schedule. Visit our new location at 12608 Alameda Drive in Strongsville. Strongsville CrossFit, you're worth it. You deserve to be healthier and happier. Just like his first appearance this year at Ron Mottl Field, Max Wager will be pitching from an advantage point in the bottom of the first. 1-0 your score. A big RBI single from Adam Kidder. And as things stand, Bryant Stratton in a good spot to begin. And oh my goodness, what just happened to BW softball?
They're
10-1?
They're down 10-1.
Your season's over.
Unless they come up with something in that, wow, they scored 6, or they scored 8 in the top of the 6th inning. That is...
It's okay, Cam.
Yeah, that is Tri-C numbers.
Wow, Capital and Tri-C being compared. I don't know what to think about that one. First pitch of the inning, grounded over towards third, and there is out number one. A quick-fire response from this defense. And this defense is going to do that as this day goes on. That is just what they bring to the table.
There's one out, by the way, in that in the 6th.
Yikes. Not too ideal.
And the bases are loaded.
Wait, bottom of the 6th?
Top of the 6th.
Oh, you guys are about to have a run roll.
They have 2 more. No, they have 2 more chances. They got 2 more chances.
That's not too good for you guys, but 1 up, 1 down, and that'll bring in Nate Hill. And Wager will bring this one low for ball 1. Max Wager, the last time we saw this team, 6 innings of work, allowed 1 total run. Or rather, no, 1 hit. The runs came in the 7th when he was already out of the game. And now 1-1, a good response as that breaking ball, that'll be his best pitch today.
Yeah, I mean, he's got to rely on it, but he can't just throw the breaking ball. He's got to rely on his other pitches as well. Dot the fastball in there and then hit the breaking ball and let it find the zone.
Pitch coupling, that's what he has to do. This time, runs it inside and finds the inner portion of the strike zone. I mean, that's about as far coast to coast as you can go. He really brought that ball inside. 84 career strikeouts so far at Bryant Stratton. He wants number 85 here. Not going to get it. I don't hate the delivery there because of the pitch we just saw, but I want to see something more competitive. It's the playoffs. This is not the time, especially, and not the team to throw throwaway pitches.
Yeah.
It's really a tough spot to balance as the count now sits 2-2. And he will swing and miss. It's 2 up, 2 down. Max Wager continues to be on fire. That's just what he does.
Yeah.
71 strikeouts this season. And he is just over the half-centurion mark on the year with 50 innings of work. It's incredible. So 2 up, 2 down, and here comes Diddy Farrell. Again, so far this year batting .389, 4 doubles, 4 home runs. And Tri-C needs to find some offensive balance. That's a good start taken for ball 1. In the top of the second, it's Gherkin, Sanchez, and Wilbon. 6, 7, and 8 due up. And they just want to keep the offense rolling. 2 hits, 1 run, scoring in the top of the inning. The 1-0 hits him in the head. And for the second time today, Farrell has been hit in the head, and he is down. That's a tough one there as he'll be quickly greeted by the trainer. But in the meantime, going back to the top of the first inning, what exactly went wrong for Tri-C's defense?
I don't think anything went wrong. They just Bobcats had some good timely hitting. You know, you're able to hit one in center with 2 on and able to, obviously you had that one come around, but everybody else moves up and there's just some good timely hitting. This is never a good thing, especially when it's Diddy. Obviously, he's a tough guy, so he's going to make his way down to first, but I think that caught a little bit of his, probably of his face, it looked like.
The umpire went down and talked to his crew partner. That usually happens if there was a warning assessed to it.
I think it's just...
I don't think there should be a warning. I don't think there should be. I'm just looking at what was said there. I mean, I don't get why you go down otherwise.
Maybe just something to keep their eye on.
But really not a pitcher who has control issues. We'll see if he can figure it out here against Vinny Gallagher in the 4 spots. And it's a chopper over towards short and skying off of McLean. Everybody is safe. And that is the game's first error. A tough one to bring in, but Tri-C will take it.
Yeah, all of a sudden you go from maybe a bouncer up the middle to getting out of the inning and kind of just hits off the glove. I mean, it would have been a tough play, but still, you think about you possibly could be getting out of the inning, and all of a sudden, Tri-C, you're 1 string away from tying this one up.
On the board, they call it a hit, but because of the fact that he could have knocked it down and gotten Gallagher at first, I'm going to call it an error. So I think you and I both agree to stay low on that ball opposed to the swipe through it. You're going to get him at first. It was just an aggressive play, which I don't hate that at its peak, but at the same time, you have to know the spots. Now Brock Miller will step in, a chance to tie the game up in the bottom of the first. So far this season, batting .303, 10 doubles and 1 triple, along with 23 RBIs. So a really good sophomore campaign for Brock Miller, as that time he swings and misses. But I think overall we're just happy to see that at second base it's still Farrell.
Yeah.
Of course, just a tough spot to get hit the way he was. And hopefully he'll stay in the game. Wager's 1-1. Miller gets a good piece of him, but well foul. Count now 1-2. Of course, a great player during his high school days. He's a two-time Lorain County Player of the Year, which is impressive in its own right, considering how much talent is out there. One of the better baseball conferences in the area. The 1-2 is low. Count now even. And after him, it'll turn into the reigning Division IV Player of the Year from the OHSAA and AJ Trobenter. Tri-C looking to respond in the bottom of the first inning to keep this game even. Wagers 2-2. It'll skip away from the catcher. And just like that, 2 runners are in scoring position. And for Miller, a base hit probably gives Tri-C the lead. A ball here lows the bases for Trobenter, which you and I both have seen it time and time again, what he can do. And I know, Cam, you have played against him time and time again.
I have, yeah.
Not exactly the guy you want to see in the batter's box in a spot like this.
Especially with how he's been doing as of late.
He has been on an absolute heater as of late for Tri-C. Here's the payoff pitch, and it is fouled away. So we will do it again. An excellent battle from Brock Miller here.
Yeah, that's exactly what you want to see. You know, he wants to get something and be able to put it in play and try and put his team on top, but he's going to fight off the pitches that aren't there but are maybe a little bit close.
And, of course, the ones that are there, he needs to deliver. Again, the payoff pitch. Swing and a miss. Wager gets out of the inning. The side is retired. We'll watch that one back on the replay as it is a beautiful second punch out today for the former Hornets. Both swinging, too. A big difference from last time. A lot of his strikeouts were looking, but today he is having to earn them more and more. And he just continues to settle in for a payoff pitch. This is an aggressive offering, as if that's left, it's ball 4, the bases are loaded.
Yeah.
An aggressive move for an aggressive pitcher, but he gets the job done. To the second we go. It's Bryant Stratton up 1-0 on Tri-C. Life moves fast, and so do the unexpected moments. At the Kohut Insurance Agency, we've got you covered. Whether it's auto, home, renters, or something else, our goal is simple: to protect what matters most to you while saving you time and money. With personalized service and the power of many trusted carriers, we'll find the right coverage for you at the right price. Peace of mind shouldn't be complicated. Give us a call at 330-542-6400 or shoot us an email at david.kohut@twfg.com. Kohut Insurance Agency, our policy is caring. Experiencing pain of any kind? Call a timeout and stop by the Healthiest You Chiropractic Center. There, Dr. Max or Dr. Stephanie will provide a top-tier adjustment. Then you'll unwind in their therapy room. Visit their website at www.thychiro.com or call 440-238-3338 and book an appointment today. The Healthiest You Chiropractic Center, keeping Strongsville pain-free since 2013. As we return to the action, Cam, we have some score update from the other NJCAA regional games.
In the number 2 seed versus number 9 seed, Macomb tied in the top of the 9th inning, 5-5 with Mott.
Now we go to another interesting game that is a high-scoring affair.
We re-pull back up, but the Lansing Stars, the 5 seed against the number 6 seed Henry Ford, high-scoring affair, 14-10 in the middle of the 8th inning.
Whole lot of defense in that game.
Yeah,
and we'll keep close eyes on those matchups as the day goes on here. Once again, 2 9-inning games in store today. And then, if needed, a winner-take-all Game 3 tomorrow afternoon at 1 p.m. So it'll be a long day at the office tomorrow as well, as we'll have a 6:30 first pitch Holy Name NDCL game. The 0-1, or the 1-0 dips in, count now even.
Final score update from Game 1 in what was the 4 seed versus the 7 seed. Grand Rapids takes down Mid-Michigan 8-0. They're on to Game 2. That one just started.
A lot of earlier starts in Michigan, but here, one of the latest starts, if not the latest starts.
I think it was the latest start.
I know last year we were the latest start, too, at 4-7. Pretty much, I think we were the only team to have to play a Game 3, too. Every other game was
2-0,
yeah. And they were done by like 7:30. I think they may have been done before we started Game 2 here.
I think most of the games started at 1.
And this one was supposed to. The 2-1 bounces in. But you have to keep in mind, these coaches still have other jobs, and it's not easy to go and have a 1 o'clock game, albeit the travel distance isn't as far. But to play later in the day as well, it is more appealing to the fans to get them out here, as, of course, that is part of the goal of baseball. 3-1 count here on Hudson Gherkin, the third baseman. Bryant Stratton looking to get their leadoff man aboard this inning, unlike the last. And they will do just that. Gherkin will walk. A big response after giving up a 5-3-2 double play to end the last inning, which, of course, was killer.
Absolutely. I mean, just a tough play there, but good play by the Tri-C defense. But Bobcats looking to get back on the board here. Another final score update. The number 1 seed Kellogg takes down the Kalamazoo Valley Community College 11-0 in Game 1, and they're already up 2-0 in Game 2.
Well, Kellogg's advancing and is going to be the 1 seed. Well,
I think we all could have predicted that.
As the 3 seed in the country, you would expect it. This ball flown foul as Gherkin was thinking too. Kevin Sanchez, the sophomore, redshirt freshman out of Riverside High School, a .269 average this year. So a solid campaign for him, but his calling card is just getting on base, a .421 on-base percentage. A lot of really good on-base percentages, and we have seen that play out today where a couple of the base runners, 2 of them to be exact, have walked. One shot on the 0-1, popped up and caught by Gilbride. An excellent snag for out number 1. And that is worst case scenario on that play for Bryant and Stratton. You needed to get that bunt down.
I mean, he's just showing that pitchers are athletes too.
Not an easy play by any stretch of the imagination, but still, if that ball gets down, there's a chance it's a double play. So you'll take the 1 out in that regard, but at the same time, if that ball's in a decent spot and you move the runner up, you just now look at this, and you see 2 guys, and once again, we talked about Stoltz being a contact guy who could bring in run number 2. But instead, they go back to the drawing board here as they will throw back to 1. But on Tri-C's end, they need to find some cleaner outs. And, of course, that starts with limiting the walks today. And it's not just Gilbride, it is whoever else pitches this afternoon and evening. A pop-up this time, and again, it's out of play. A lot of aggressive contact so far from Bryant and Stratton, but nothing really too crazy.
Well, I mean, they have those 2 hits, but yeah, nothing really too over the top. But obviously, you're going to come out here aggressive, especially in the earlier stages, trying to get on the board. You already have the lead, so why not keep that aggressive mentality and try and go get some more, maybe send Game 1 home early.
And they want to make sure that happens. And the 0-1 again, fouled away. But I believe both of those other games did go the full course. Not too surprising there. And I'm sure with Kellogg really limiting what their opponent could do, a lot of 1, 2, 3 innings get you out of a game quick. Now these at-bats don't. Gilbride again throws back to 1, and it is not in time. He has been very aggressive with that today. The question is, too aggressive?
I think he starts getting too aggressive when he starts throwing the ball away. If you're able to just keep him honest over there, not get too big of a lead, and I mean, if you're able to get on base and immediately take second base, it already puts yourself in a bad spot, especially with getting on via the walk.
And it has already this season. The 0-2 again, flown foul. And again, I believe it's in the same exact spot. If I'm not mistaken, he's missing towards that right side, so just a little behind it. And from here, if he can straighten one out, keep the ball on the ground as you look at that big gap between first and second base, it is definitely an appealing spot to put that ball. Just get it into the outfield, put 2 on, and give the top of the order a chance to come back up with Stoltz as the bridge. And again, Gilbride will go back to 1.
It's catching him leaning. Just the throw maybe a little bit more towards Gallagher. And if he starts throwing it kind of more up the line, he might have a chance.
Of course, that then brings the risk of throwing the ball away.
Yes.
Definitely a double-edged sword. The 0-2 again. This time it's wide for ball 1. I would not be surprised to see Gherkin take off again here. You see one here. This is not most likely going to be a throwaway pitch. It is going to be more aggressive and maybe harder to throw down. The 1-2 breaks in, and it's a shot deep to left center field. And it'll be Jameer Ross calling it off and making the grab for out number 2. And the key thing, Gherkin stays put at first. A nice job by the outfielders talking that one over. And now here comes Jackson Stoltz.
Yeah, so just some good, solid contact, but hung up there a little bit too long. And obviously we know the speed of these outfielders. Ross able to get under that one for out number 2.
And now here comes Stoltz, the center fielder. So far this season, batting .284 with 14 RBIs, 3 doubles, and 1 home run. And as we talked about in the pregame show, a .427 on-base percentage. And that is a key thing for him. He knows how to reach safely. And aggressive to begins, fouling that one off. Looking ahead to the bottom of the inning for Tri-C, it is going to be Trobenter, Dreger, and Bowles. 6, 7, and 8 due up. Both teams in the first inning bat 5. And both teams start off in the same exact spot, which if I mention it again, I'm going to see the meme again. So we're not going to. And there is strike 2. Do I have to say fourth last, third last, second last from here on out? Do I have to do that to avoid it?
Well, I mean, we just got more in the gallery today. Obviously, you know, Jack's still here, but
he hit my car with a hacky sack earlier.
It's a hacky sack.
Here's the 0-2, fouled away. I was backing out, I think that's around 2:10, and they're playing around. They move out of the way. I just hear a thud on my on my dash. I'm like, oh. I should have just drove away with it. That would have been better. Could have done that. Could have prevented any more hacky sack incidents. Unlikely, but possible. Once again, the 0-2, and this one is going to get behind Farrell. And that'll put Gherkin on at second. So now for Stoltz, we go back to that contact mentality. Contact that puts this ball in the outfield most likely brings him in. But if not, you go back to the top of your order when you have all the power guys, pretty much 1 through 4, coming up.
Yeah, in a good situation here, but in the same sense, Tri-C, you just need one more out, one more pitch if you're Gilbride on the mound.
1 strikeout today for Gilbride, and he will make it 2. The side is retired. Exactly what he needed to happen there, and the inning is over. An early base runner does not come to pass for Bryant Stratton College as Gilbride nails it down to the top of the second. To the bottom of the inning we go. 1-0 remains the score in the NJCAA Division 2 Region 12 tournaments.
Experiencing pain of any kind? Call a timeout and stop by the Healthiest You Chiropractic Center. There, Dr. Max or Dr. Stephanie will provide a top-tier adjustment. Then you'll unwind in their therapy room. Visit their website at www.thychiro.com or call 440-238-3338 and book an appointment today. The Healthiest You Chiropractic Center, keeping Strongsville pain-free since 2013. Looking to get in shape and join a great community? Look no further than CrossFit Strongsville. We offer classes taught by our amazing staff of coaches. If going solo is more your speed, stop in for our open gym hours. Visit our website at CrossFitStrongsville.com to learn more and view our schedule. Visit our new location at 12608 Alameda Drive in Strongsville. Strongsville CrossFit, you're worth it. You deserve to be healthier and happier.
AJ Trobenter leads things off in the bottom of the second inning for Tri-C. 1-0 your score, Bryant Stratton College on top, as you are watching the NJCAA Division II Region 12 tournament on SmeeSports. Again, I am Nathan Smee. Alongside me today, Cam Ragazzo. It is Trobenter, Nash Dreger, and Jackson Bowles due up this inning for the Tops. And down by one, a chance to respond and tie this game up. If not, take the lead. And Trobenter is on it early, fouling that pitch off. A good response from the defense in the top of the second inning. Still, one pitch did go wide, but all the way around, it was what they needed. A scoreless inning.
Yeah, exactly. If you give up one in the first, you have some offense and unable to get anything to go that one. Maybe a little bit too far inside. But you're looking to get back to the sticks here and looking to try and tie this one up, if not take the lead here in the bottom of the second.
You have the three guys to do it. You have Trobenter with power, you have Dreger with speed, and then Jackson Bowles. All the tools you need to bring in at least one of those two, if not both. The 1-1 sails wide from Wager. And of course, for Tri-C, the goal has to be getting out of here, no matter how you do it, with a hit this inning. Wager had one hit allowed in 6 innings last time out. You cannot have him make that 0 here. And to note, that one hit came from Gallagher in the first last time. It was 5 innings of no-hit work to follow. And now 3-1 count on AJ Trobenter. Wager trying to battle back here, and he will. And again, fouled off by Trobenter in the same exact spot. Count now full 3-2. After Trobenter returns to Nash Dreger. Wager's payoff pitch will back him out for ball 4, and the leadoff man is aboard. That's what Tri-C needs to see for the second time today. A team has had a leadoff walk, and both have come this inning.
Yeah, one for each team, but can Tri-C take advantage of it?
That was the big key last time. There was really no movement from Gherkin, except for the first pitch that he tried stealing on. However, it was fouled off, and immediately that sent him right back. Now, Trobenter, I don't know if that is the guy that you have run. We'll see if it is or not. Right now, all matters. A first pitch strike perfectly in there from Wager.
I think if the guy in the box and the guy on first were switched, maybe you have him run.
Just a little bit of discrepancy.
Maybe a little bit more speed in the box.
Marginal. Just marginal, I would say. Wager's 0-1 is off the plates. Both pitchers have enjoyed attacking the outer edge so far, but we really have not seen the call out there. And I don't think we are going to until game number 2, just based on, again, the umpire setup. Favoring that inside. Wager takes his time before the 1-1, and Dreger gets too much of it and fouls it off. Count now 1-2. After him, it goes to Jackson Bowles, which one again is one of the strongest guys in this rotation. And one of the guys that definitely can go out here and with one swing of the bat change the game. And he already has done that so many times in his Tri-C career. The 1-2, Dreger, well foul. And I believe it's off the pole. That ball came right back to Wager. And that was a powerful ding. Now the question is, can he straighten one out? Dreger entering play today, batting .303 with 6 doubles. And it looks like we'll have a score update and a final score update in a moment here from one of the regional games. The 1-2 off the plates. And now, Cam, your final score update?
Final score update, number 2, Macomb beats Mottl in a walk-off in the bottom of the 9th. They win 6-5 in game 1.
So just waiting on Lansing to go final. We have 4 of the 5 finals in game number 1. The 2-2 is wide, and we are full. And I believe that Lansing game will go final in a few minutes from now. So as expected, we're going to be the one that goes the latest, barring any craziness.
We already do have a final. I'll update after this pitch.
My bad. I don't have game changer embedded in my brain yet. Here's the payoff pitch. Dreger flies it into right field, and it'll go directly to Biskup, and he will make the easy grab for out number 1. A long battle there from Nash Dreger, but still does a good job to hang in for as long as he did. And now that'll turn over to Jackson Bowles.
Yeah, I mean, it was good. You're racking up that pitch count there. You're able to finally put one in play. Unfortunately, it just goes right to the right fielder out there. But now we'll get that final score update. Lansing, they win 18-10 over Henry Ford in Game 1.
Exactly what I was expecting. I mean, that is a wild final score. 28 combined runs in a playoff game. You don't see that too often. And now just to round out all of our final scores, 11-0 Kellogg over KVCC, Macomb over Mott 6-5, Grand Rapids 8-0 over Mid-Michigan, and Lansing 18-10 over Henry Ford. Of course, we are the one that is going against the status quo as we are currently in the bottom of the second in game number 1. And no, we didn't start at 1. We started at 3. We're the ones who decided, you know what, we're going to change it up a little bit, which I honestly prefer this. I don't think you and I wanted to be here at 10:30 getting everything in.
Yeah.
Well, you 12, but still. Same difference. Wagers 0-2. Bowles will foul it off. Actually, no, to drop third. Okay. I don't know how he didn't make contact with it based on how it went to the backstop.
I think are they gonna talk about it now?
I feel like they're going to, because I thought he definitely tipped it.
What a lovely sight to see. The umpires just shrugged their shoulders.
Oh, jeez.
They went.
And we have a 3-man crew today, too. Well, watch it back here, Cam. Oh,
But
the replay just missed it.
Now he's out.
Because first was occupied.
Yes.
That is
Something.
That's something.
It's something, yeah.
So I guess he didn't make contact. Well, there's contact. It is deep to left field, but it will be caught dying just in front of the warning track as Wilbon will bring it in to retire the side. A very interesting end to the bottom of the second inning. Some intrigue, some drama, as you would expect, but the score remains the same. Through 2 at the Mott. 1-0 your score. Bryant Stratton on top.
Looking to get in shape and join a great community? Look no further than CrossFit Strongsville. We offer classes taught by our amazing staff of coaches. If going solo is more your speed, stop in for our open gym hours. Visit our website at CrossFitStrongsville.com to learn more and view our schedule. Visit our new location at 12608 Alameda Drive in Strongsville. Strongsville CrossFit, you're worth it. You deserve to be healthier and happier. Life moves fast, and so do the unexpected moments. At the Kohut Insurance Agency, we've got you covered. Whether it's auto, home, renters, or something else, our goal is simple: to protect what matters most to you while saving you time and money. With personalized service and the power of many trusted carriers, we'll find the right coverage for you at the right price. Peace of mind shouldn't be complicated. Give us a call at 330-542-6400 or shoot us an email at david.kohut@twfg.com. Kohut Insurance Agency, our policy is caring.
To the third inning we go in game number 1. 1-0 your score. Bryant Stratton on top. Defense has been a really common theme today. Tri-C so far hitless, but they have threatened both times out so far. The question is, how do you go out here and make your response known in the third?
You just got to get a good shutdown inning like you did last time.
And it'll be the top of the order to do it against with Nico Reach, Gavin McLean, and Tyler Biskup. A really tough spot right here for this defense. But Gilbride, he knows how to settle it down. Of course, though, the playoff lights are very bright.
Unfortunately for us, though, it is not very bright outside as the clouds are quickly descending on Ron Mottl. I believe I saw 2 a.m. we are to get some rain. I know you and I remember last year of cleaning up in the rain. So we're hoping for a cleaner day at the office than last tournament, and hopefully one that does not end at 11:30. Gilbride's 1-1. Hits the outer corner. Now that he's established it, I think that'll give him a really good shot to get out of this inning and to go forward, establishing where he wants to attack. And I believe the radar does show the rain coming in.
That'll be much. The last thing I saw was 10 p.m. and the rain still wasn't here yet, though.
Here's the 1-2, a good rope into left field and down. A leadoff base knock for Nico Reach. He continues his excellent career. He has been a dominant force offensively for this Bryant Stratton team all the way around. Career hit number 73. And that is in 2 seasons, too. But this team, it's timely hitting, and a bunch of their best swings have come with 2 strikes. 2-strike hitting, it's preached. And I know back in your day playing, that was something you excelled at because of just how short your swing was. Your goal is contact.
Yeah, I was trying to go the opposite way and get on base.
And it worked to your credit so many times. The first pitch there will be ball 1. That Brexville game was still an anomaly for you.
I wish I could have played like that every game.
You know what? You walked so Joe Svets could run. Because that's when he got called up.
Yeah.
I'll give you that. You set the stage for Joe Svets. Is that fair for you?
That sounds great to me, yeah.
The 1-0. McLean fouls it off. And, of course, the Holy Name Tri-C connection already strong with Colin Russ back in the day, and potentially one more adding on to that. Unconfirmed right now, but hopefully we'll see one more here. We'll see him here tomorrow, so he will be at Tri-C.
Yeah, you will be here.
Assuming he plays. There's no reason he wouldn't in my mind right now, but who knows? Senioritis could knock him out of the NDCL game. The 1-1, McLean puts it down the right side, but foul. But still a nice snatch for Vinny Gallagher, even playing it despite the fact that it is well out of play.
Just trying to deceive the first base umpire.
And now a B has joined us in the press box. I think we're at capacity.
We can fit a couple more back here. A couple more.
Not B's.
Oh, no, yeah, that's one. We're one and done.
One too many with 1. Speaking of ones, a 1-2 count here for 1-4. On number 1. All the ones as that pitch misses wide.
1B in my school mascot is a yellow jacket. I'm good with 1, though.
And I believe the Division III lacrosse tournament's agreed.
Okay, that's all right. There we go. Hey, at least we made it to both championships. We're not going to talk about the result of said championships.
Good idea.
But we made it.
Here's the 2-2, and McLean will tip it foul. And I'll give you guys credit. For a good minute, you did have us in the women's.
Yeah, and then with 6 seconds left, we didn't.
It happens. It was an insane finish. A finish that, once again, I don't know if it should have gone the way it did, but it did. And the calls were not great in that game either, on both ends.
Look, I'm liking this baseball tournament a lot more, at least for the OAC right now.
Right now is the key word.
BW up 8-0 in the 4th inning.
We'll take it. The 2-2 will miss, and we are full. And honestly, on my end, from a media standpoint, I'd rather see Mount and BW play each other twice, if not 3 times in this tournament.
Oh, that'd be super fun.
It's going to happen, most likely, because I would be confident if Muskegum or ONU goes from the loser's bracket, they're going to lose quickly. Could be wrong, though.
Never
Full
know.
count 3-2 on Gavin McLean. The Bobcats dugout is getting loud for the payoff pitch as he will send it foul. So we will try it again. But crazy to think that college baseball is about done. Of course, KSU Tusk wrapped up their season on Sunday. 2 heartbreaking losses against a very talented Wright State Lake squad. But of course, we'll see them again next year, hopefully in the fall. But I believe right now they're not going to play too many fall games. Once again, the payoff pitch. Runner goes this time and fakes. It's a swing and a miss. A big first out on the wise choice from Reach to stay put. I think that was just to try and throw off Farrell behind the plate, but it doesn't work.
Yeah.
And Gilbride gets his 3rd strikeout of the afternoon.
Big out number 1, all of a sudden double play gets you out of this inning.
Easier said than done against Tyler Biscup.
That is true.
A dominant force for this team. 0 for 0 today, though, with a walk. But when he's on his game, he is a tough player to knock out. And he gets a piece of it, but fouls it off. Looking ahead to the bottom of the third. Once again, it is the same exact thing. It'll be 1, 2, and 3 for Tri-C. Which is interesting that both teams have pretty much played the same exact way so far offensively, as they've had the same amount of batters in each inning. Not too often you see that. The 0-1 flown foul, and this one will go out of play.
I think the big thing in the discrepancies, Tri-C still without a hit, though.
On the board, they did go back and change the 1 to an error, which, again, in talking about it, you knock down that ball, you get the out. It's not like he went for the fielder's choice and missed. We're okay. That's fine. It was one that he flew up in the air off his glove.
Yeah.
Throwback to 1. Close, but this one is going to get away. He went down the line, but down the line too much, and that'll put a reach in scoring position. He had him leaning too, which is what hurts for Tri-C. But as you said, it is too aggressive when the ball gets away.
Yeah.
Do you think that changes his approach with the throwbacks?
I don't think it does. I don't think it does.
I don't think you can let it. Of course, all of this is easier said than done, but you have to go out here and play the same style that got you here. I know a lot of teams say that when they lose. There's a reason why you want X amount of games to get to where you are. You don't change it up because of one result, or in this case, one bad throw. The 0-2 left tie.
Wasn't even necessarily that bad of a throw either. It kind of
No.
just, I mean, I've had a lot worse throws in my day. I can tell you that.
Chardon home run freshman
Okay,
year.
that's all right. They were using illegal bats.
They were.
They were using illegal bats, and you can't say they weren't otherwise because they were.
So technically we won?
I didn't go that far.
We lost 27-0 to illegal bats, though. The
were using illegal
1-2,
bats.
again, chopped foul. What was it? Drop fives?
They were using drop fives. We had to use drop threes.
I mean, we didn't score a single run.
Well-
and our bus driver got lost, so.
Okay. My favorite was when we were going to Buckeye and the bus driver got lost and Josh Kelly to get up and tell the bus driver where to go. That was my favorite.
I do not miss those bus rides sometimes. Just thinking about some of those bus rides, no thank you. Absolutely not. Gilbride's 1-2, just off the plate. And you and I both remember when Nico Torres almost got tossed off the varsity bus.
Yeah.
Again, at Buckeye.
Remember when Johnny, when we were out at Lake Catholic, and he turned around and fired his mitt into the dugout.
I do remember that, yes. That was, in its own right, stupid. The 2-2 is in the dirt, and we are full. Always fun to reminisce on those times. I forgot about that.
Oh,
I didn't know where you were going. I know also.
I didn't.
Are we bringing up the Crocs at Lakewood next Friday?
Oh, that was nah.
We'll leave that one.
Yeah, for now.
We'll save it for a rainy day. Full count, though, 3-2 on Tyler Biscup. Gilbride's payoff pitch. It is skied into right field. Bowles is underneath it, and he will make the grab for out number 2. And the runner will retreat right back to second. Looking at that play, would you prefer he stayed on the bag and then tagged up? Or was
No.
it not deep enough?
I don't think that's deep enough. Maybe you throw a little deke in there, but I don't think you're going.
But now 2 away, and Adam Kidder steps back in. He has the game's only RBI today, an RBI single back in the first. So a chance to double it up here. Again, the defense is really telling the story right now. 1-0, and a chance for the Bobcats to double their advantage. But Gilbride finds his own for strike 1. And I do want to point out that so far today, we have a combined 6 strikeouts, 3 for each pitcher. That is what I expected, I will say that. I did expect both pitchers to get, I would say, relatively close to 10 strikeouts each, if not more. The 0-1, a close miss. He brought that one up. I think based on the motion that he did frame it as, I think he called it a little low.
Well, I just don't know how that one missed if the last one hit.
I don't either. I just think based on the way that he moved that most likely he thought that Gilbride missed low. The 1-1 this time well inside. I don't hate that pitch. The inside edge has been called pretty handsomely today. And I would say controversially on a few occasions. After Kidder, it goes back to Holden Cope. And I think he wants a chance to get redemption. Gilbride's 2-1. A good shot, but foul down the left field line. The contact has been outstanding from Bryant Stratton so far.
Yeah, you're able to get to a lot of pitches. You do have the only 3 hits of the game, too, as well. Trying to get a 4th one here and knock in your 2nd run.
McLean, Kidder, and Reach, all with 1 hit, and Reach having his this inning. Gilbride's 2-2 taken, and we are full. Definitely thought about it, but a nice block by Farrell behind the plates. And again, you look into the outfield, some unfriendly clouds looking at us. I mean, I think that does show what is descending on Ron Mottl Field quite well. But we hope that it doesn't hit too soon. Full count 3-2 on Kidder. And he will shoot this one deep to right field, and it is going to be out of here! Adam Kidder does it again for Bryant Stratton. This time a 2-run bomb. Make it 3-0 Bobcats. What a shot from the catcher. He is having a career day at the Motts. One of the best home run hitting teams in all of Northeast Ohio, and to expand it in all of the Great Lakes region. And Cam, now you see why.
Absolutely. I mean, that one, towering fly ball out to left field, really takes the wind out of Tri-C sails.
All it took was one swing to change the game, and now Holden Cope, the pressure is off of him. But still a chance to go out here and do his thing. What a start for the Bryant Stratton College Bobcats. The 8th seed. And right now you're staring down the barrel of all the higher seeds winning early. You're trying to set a new standard. And I'm sure they're very grateful for the new format of not having to play Kellogg right now, as opposed to, playing Tri-C, which 2 really good teams. That's a given. But one's number 3 in the country, which is still incredible in its own right. But of course, as we talked about during that broadcast, it helps when you have a Penn State commit batting leadoff. That'll help just a little bit in the college game. Gilbride's 1-1, wave and a miss. And after a really storied history going back to the 1970s, this is only the 2nd time in program history Tri-C has hosted a regional in its back-to-back years. And they're back-to-back conference champions. You go back a few years, they did have to go on the road to Michigan and lost both of their games. 1-2 count on Cope. And it's taken off the plate for ball 2. Time locally 3:59 p.m., so about an hour into this 9-inning affair. But one thing is for sure, this Tri-C offense needs to find some rhythm heading into the bottom of the 3rd. Gilbride's 2-2. A good rip over towards short. The long throw from Bortnick is on the money, and the inning is over. An excellent throw from the Mentor alum gets them out of the inning, but not before Adam Kidder says, "Who am I kidding? I'll just take this one out of here." 3-0 your score, middle of 3 at the Motts.
Experiencing pain of any kind? Call a timeout and stop by the Healthiest You Chiropractic Center. There, Dr. Max or Dr. Stephanie will provide a top-tier adjustment. Then you'll unwind in their therapy room. Visit their website at www.thychiro.com or call 440-238-3338 and book an appointment today. The Healthiest You Chiropractic Center, keeping Strongsville pain-free since 2013. Looking to get in shape and join a great community? Look no further than CrossFit Strongsville. We offer classes taught by our amazing staff of coaches. If going solo is more your speed, stop in for our open gym hours. Visit our website at CrossFitStrongsville.com to learn more and view our schedule. Visit our new location
at 12608 Alameda Drive in Strongsville. Strongsville CrossFit, you're worth it. You deserve to be healthier and happier. Life moves fast, and so do the unexpected moments. At the Kohut Insurance Agency, we've got you covered. Whether it's auto, home, renters, or something else, our goal is simple: to protect what matters most to you while saving you time and money. With personalized service and the power of many trusted carriers, we'll find the right coverage for you at the right price. Peace of mind shouldn't be complicated. Give us a call at 330-542-6400 or shoot us an email at david.kohut@twfg.com. Kohut Insurance Agency, our policy is caring.
Jameer Ross leads things off in the bottom of the third inning, and so far we have seen identical batting orders for these teams. What I mean, 5 for Stratton in the first, 5 for Tri-C, bottom 4 in the second for both teams. If it holds true, we will see 5 batters this inning for Tri-C. And that will help. So far, Max Wager has been tremendous on the mound. The big question, though, for him, he was taken out after 6 innings of one-hit work last time that he was here. Does that mean he has some limitations of longevity in this game? The big question. And then you bring in Lefevre, who gives up a run, and if there was a few more outs to play with, I think Tri-C would have come back and won game 1 last time out. Which now, in this case, if he comes in the 7th, you have 9 outs to play with, not 3. The 2-0 wide for ball 3. And now I think the question becomes, does he get a talking to if this is another ball?
I don't think so. Not this early. You know, you try and come out here, maybe a little wild to start the first, but things could change quickly. We know this offense has got a lot of power behind it.
The 3-0 is there for strike 1. Now, Jameer Ross's speed. I know it's 2 different aspects of the game. Do you run on Adam Kidder, who is having a career day? Or do you wait?
No, I think you run.
It is a tough call, of course. It's not necessarily transferable, but still momentum, it's key. That pitch, though, will miss high as the radar gun below shows 81. I just saw that out of the corner of my eye and wanted to use the radar gun a little bit there, but Jameer Ross is on. This is where you get aggressive, but again, you go back to game number 1 in the first inning. He was thrown out going for home by this Bryant Stratton defense. And now here comes Nate Hill. So right now, all eyes on Jameer if he is going to actually take off here. He won on this pitch as there is ball 1 missing wide. For Wager, though, I think you and I both agree he needs to settle in.
Is that around? That was his 39th pitch right there.
So not in a terrible spot, but you expand that out to 9 innings.
Yeah.
He's not getting out here in all 9. Maybe 6 or, well,
the next number after that.
Between 6 to 8 innings of work. I'm not doing that. We're going to have that be a score at some point today, aren't we?
Probably.
It'll be a final. Wouldn't be shocked. The 1-0 is there for strike 1. So Ross right now being very patient over at first. And now listening back to the broadcast, I was hearing double for a second. Throwback to first, not in time. Going back to your running days, Cam, in this spot, where would you be thinking about running? What pitch?
Right now.
I assume straight go?
Yeah.
Wager taking his time. He fakes it. And the 1-1 will miss. Well, you were partially right. Just in the end decided to go against the grain. But I wouldn't be surprised to see him go here with a 2-1 count, a favorable spot. But at the same time, if it's not close, you stay put and just advance naturally, which that is what he wants to do here, as it is a 3-1 count on Nate Hill. Cam now looking at it. You just wait here and
Yeah.
yeah.
If it's 3-2, I'm thinking about going again, but
I would. Not me personally, but if I'm Jameer, I would.
Yeah.
The 3-1 Hill swings and misses, and we are full. Does the catcher's setup impact it at all? I know, at least in my day, when I was catching and I thought the runner was going, I'd be in a higher stance. Does that throw you off?
I think if you're Jameer, you're focused on the pitcher, not what the catcher's doing.
We'll see what he opts to do here as they will throw back to him and not in time. I mean, you were fast in your day. We had a lot of great runners, but compare that to Jameer and Nash Dreger. You're talking about apples and oranges. That's nothing against how fast you were. It's just those guys are that fast somehow.
That's why they're still playing.
And again, they'll throw back. I want to go back to our keys to victory. What was the big one that was not involving the actual play?
Who has the bench energy?
Who has it?
Right now, it's a little up for grabs. I think it might be
I've only heard them.
Really? I've heard Tri-C a couple times.
The payoff pitch will miss high for ball 4, and there it is. That's also fair. But now 2 are on, none down for Diddy Farrell. But you and I both agree you have to be vocal in the dugout, which a lot of the guys who do make the noise are up here because, again, you do have a bench limit for the tournament. I believe around 26, 25 to 30. 30? 30 is the limit. It was somewhere in that range. The bunt is shown and pulled back. They will throw back down to 2 and not in time. An aggressive throw.
Yeah, I was going to say, is this a spot where no down, you got 2 on, you're looking to scratch one across here, and obviously you got speed on the base pass, maybe try and put one down. Obviously that's what it looked like now they're going to appeal the first. But I thought Diddy pulled his bat back.
I did too.
First base umpire agrees.
Again, a 3-man crew today. And I think the Florida State chant is starting to formulate from the dugouts. The 1-0 is in the dirt for ball 2. Now, if you walk Farrell here, you're going to see a mound visit.
No,
if
you're
not
see it now.
You have to.
Yeah.
As much as I am a fan of trusting your pitcher, sometimes he just needs a few words of superlative to calm him down and get back to where he needs to be. And, well, here it comes. One of the biggest advantages in the area with JUCO baseball. It might not be their institution's main song, but the Florida State Seminole Chop, the Seminole Chant, whatever you want to call it, it always finds a way to make the broadcast at Ron Mottl Fields. And you look at that dugout, they always know what to do.
Yeah.
You and I were here when they initially brought it in, too, and we knew how big of an impact it was going to make in that game.
Oh,
but
yeah.
did we think it was going to make this much of an impact going forward from that game?
I mean, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
And right now it is far from broke. And they're just going to keep it going. I love it. They're having fun, and they are energized finally. The 2-0 will miss off the plate. No, a late strike call. I mean, I get that it's an outside pitch that a lot of times could be called, but that hasn't been called once today.
Yeah, it hasn't been called in today's game.
For both sides. That's not ideal. The 2-1 goes back out there, and we are even 2-2. It goes back to one pitch call. We saw that with Gilbride a few innings ago with one turning into a walk when it should have been 2-2. But it's so tough. It's not easy being an umpire, especially in a game like this that'll be viewed under the microscope. You and I both agree just this game is going to be scrutinized because of how big it is, and with it being a conference game, that also really helps it. Wagers 2-2, wave and a miss for out number 1. The former Highland Hornet locks back in to get his 4th strikeout today. Up to 88 in his Bobcat career. He has been the spark plug, averaging nearly 13 punch-outs per 9. You could see why he averages so many.
And still hasn't allowed a hit today. Looks a little bleak on the base pass right now, but still technically none of them on via the hit.
One pitch away from getting out of this inning. One bad pitch away from giving up the lead. And Gallagher will take ball 1. A close miss again on the inner edge. And I think a lot of it is based on the umpire setup. If you don't get the call on the inner edge, it has to be a really noticeable miss. But at the same time, attacking inside, you can lose the ball pretty quickly. I think you and I both agree with this as well. The more that Wager keeps the contact foul and not in play, the better off he is along with his defense.
Absolutely.
They can make plays. We have seen that time and time again. It's just with 2 on, is the pressure going to be too much? We've already seen one mistake today from McLean, who is one of the surest gloves in this entire roster. The 1-1 right down Broadway. And now it is protect mode for Gallagher, and in the on-deck circle after him, it is Brock Miller. A big turning point potentially here in the bottom of the 3rd inning. A 1-2 count on the lefty Gallagher. And he will poke this one down the left field line, and it is going to be foul. Wow, what a call. I thought that landed directly on the line.
I think it went a little bit too foul.
We'll watch it on the replay. It's not Zaylen Yanmaz's Grand Slam erased levels of tough, but still a tough one given the scenario.
Yeah.
We'll watch it back on the replay, Cam. We'll see if we get any insight on it. It's a tough one.
I think it was foul.
Barely, but still. Barely gets the job done. And I don't think we're going to see that pitch again. They're going to throw back to 2, not in time. A nice move there from Reach. The timing was there.
Yeah, good timing. Just Ross aware on the base pass and knows to get back in.
You and I both know how difficult those timing plays are to execute, especially against a team like this. And against one of their best 2 runners. Maybe number 1, maybe number 2, just depending on who you think is faster. The 1-2, right up the middle. Wager will take it on the mound, throws over to 2, and now the turn to 1 is wide as well. No! They get the out somewhere, and I believe they're going to get the out at 1. Well, watch it on the replay.
He was off at first base. I think they're saying he got him at 2.
Yeah, that's what they're going to call here. That is a confusing one. Well, Cam, we see the tape, and the tape tells all, so that was a nice snag. They got him nowhere.
I don't think they got him
They
at
got
second.
him nowhere.
I thought he came off the base by the time he grabbed the ball.
He wasn't even close at second.
Yeah.
He didn't even touch the base with the ball in hand. I'm sorry, but how do you get it that wrong?
Ask for help.
I mean, he turned completely around the bag. Again, Cam, we'll pull it up on our end just to kind of zoom in on it. I mean,
unless he dragged his bat.
Unless somehow he dragged from behind the bag, he did not touch it.
The throw took him off the base more towards up the line. They definitely didn't get him at first.
I mean, that's the angle that we're looking at on our end. That bag behind it. And they did not reverse it. He is out at second. I mean, folks, that screenshot shows about where it was. And, well, I think he was a little closer to the road than he was to the bag. It'll be a fielder's choice, and here comes Brock Miller with 2 down. But a massive call going against the Tops. And there is strike 1. But I think the call is going to overshadow Wager knocking that ball down, which deserves credits.
Yeah.
The throw, though, way too high. Next inning for Bryant Stratton, Gherkin, Sanchez, Wilbon, 6, 7, and 8. The 0-1, wave and a miss. That Bryant and Stratton College dugout once again getting lively. And as they should be. They are in a pretty good spot right now, but Tri-C trying to change that fact here. Wager's 0-2. He got him. The side is retired. What a pitch from Max Wager. He now has 5 punchies on the afternoon. And for the 3rd straight inning, the batter count matches. 5 for Bryant and Stratton this inning. 5 for Tri-C. To the 4th we go. 3-0 Bryant and Stratton on top.
Experiencing pain of any kind? Call a timeout and stop by the Healthiest You Chiropractic Center. There, Dr. Max or Dr. Stephanie will provide a top-tier adjustment. Then you'll unwind in their therapy room. Visit their website at www.thychiro.com or call 440-238-3338 and book an appointment today. The Healthiest You Chiropractic Center, keeping Strongsville pain-free since 2013. Looking to get in shape and join a great community? Look no further than CrossFit Strongsville. We offer classes taught by our amazing staff of coaches. If going solo is more your speed, stop in for our open gym hours. Visit our website at CrossFitStrongsville.com to learn more and view our schedule. Visit our new location at 12608 Alameda Drive in Strongsville. Strongsville CrossFit, you're worth it. You deserve to be healthier and happier.
Cam, we've talked a lot about our perfect scoreboards this season, but a perfect mirror in the order we have not. So far, we have seen 14 batters for each team. 5-4-5 for both. This is another baseball anomaly. I mean, how often do you see that? And with a 3-run discrepancy on the scoreboard.
And a 4-run hit discrepancy, too.
Errors are the same, too. It just really shows how obscure this game is with a strikeout tally right now. That's the big thing to note. 5 for Wager, 3 for Keegan Gilbride. 8 combined, we expected a lot, but Max Wager, again, is dominating at Ron Mottl. The 1-0 is shot into center field. Jameer Ross is there for the easy outs. So for 6 innings last time and 3 1/3 now, so 9 1/3 innings work at Ron Mottl Field. Max Wager has allowed no runs and 1 hit. That is absurd. And I believe he has around 15 strikeouts in that period, too. I mean, that might be, on paper, the best 9-inning sequence that you could possibly have. Between 2 games, of course, as there is a swing and a miss from Sanchez. He is keeping them in this game. The offense, of course, is too, but a different guy on the mound, this Tri-C team, I think, will get a couple of better barrels. Or as MLB The Show fans say, perfect perfects.
Oh, jeez.
The 0-1 connects. And I will say I did work in perfect yesterday to my broadcast, so. We got a score update from Cleveland.
Guardians up 8-2.
There we go. Go Guards. Gilbride looking for his 4th strikeout today. And he will have to wait that time. Misses low. Once again, for those just tuning in, make sure you stick with us for game number 2 beginning at around 6 p.m., if not later. Just know, 30 minutes after we're done with game number 1, we will begin game number 2, and that'll be an elimination game. Gilbride's 1-2. Sanchez, an awkward pop on the infield. Right to Gilbride. 2 up, 2 down. A 1-2-3 inning is what the doctor orders. The question is, can they get it done? And how do you get it done? Right now, I think, just continue jamming up these hitters, and you will have a good amount of success. And with that in mind, Cam, where would you be pitching? In, out, high, low?
In. Umpire's going to call him in. I would try and be pitching him in.
Looking ahead to the bottom of the inning, it's Trobe enters, Reger Bulls 6, 7, and 8 due up. And the first pitch is fouled away. Can we get a pitch tally on Gilbride? I think he's probably in the 60s or 70s by now. That first inning, he went quite deep into it. 69 pitches. So about where I expected him to be. Gilbride's 0-1, perfectly in there. 0-2 count, and this will be pitch number 71. So you have to start thinking about potentially warming up somebody else. The question is, how long will you let him throw? And it looks like number 41 has made his way into the bullpen. And Cam, I don't need to introduce him to you.
No, I know him.
The 0-2 nearly hits him. And Lincoln Briggs, we saw him last week, did some good work with the bases loaded, came in and silenced Bryant Stratton. I don't think we'll see him in the 5th, but the 6th we could. And remember, that could be a bridge to a Spencer Mueller or somebody else. The 1-2. It'll be a drop third strike. The throw down to 1 is on the money, and the inning is over. It'll be Tri-C's first 1-2-3 defensive stand today, and Gilbride now has 4 punch-outs to show for his efforts. To the bottom of the 4th inning we go at Ron Mottl Field. 3-0 still your score. Bryant Stratton on top.
Life moves fast, and so do the unexpected moments. At the Kohut Insurance Agency, we've got you covered. Whether it's auto, home, renters, or something else, our goal is simple: to protect what matters most to you while saving you time and money. With personalized service and the power of many trusted carriers, we'll find the right coverage for you at the right price. Peace of mind shouldn't be complicated. Give us a call at 330-542-6400 or shoot us an email at david.kohut@twfg.com. Kohut Insurance Agency, our policy is caring. Experiencing pain of any kind? Call a timeout and stop by the Healthiest You Chiropractic Center. There, Dr. Max or Dr. Stephanie will provide a top-tier adjustment. Then you'll unwind in their therapy room. Visit their website at www.thychiro.com or call 440-238-3338 and book an appointment today. The Healthiest You Chiropractic Center, keeping Strongsville pain-free since 2013.
A.J. Trobenter leads it off in the bottom of the 4th inning. 3-0 still your score. The key right now for Tri-C, they need to find a hit.
Yeah, you gotta get one in that category.
If nothing else, you need to make this inning go long because Wager well behind Gilbride in pitch count. Gilbride ended the 4th on 72 pitches. And I would venture to guess that Wager is maybe a titch below 50. Maybe a little bit above it now, but I would say he's in and around 50, give or take 5. 57, so more than I thought. But still not in a great spot. The 1-0 is in the dirt for ball 2. So right now, the question is, where do you cap your pitchers? Realistically, I think, of course, you could just pitch them until they have nothing left in the tank, but you're risking keeping them out there for just a little too long.
I think if you're Bryant Stratton, you try and keep him in as far as long as possible, but in the same sense, we saw him last inning, had a little bit of trouble with the walks. He got a nice talking to on the mound, was finally able to go out there and shut things down. A little controversial call in the middle, but he still hasn't allowed a hit.
And that's his key to victory. The 3-0 hits the inner edge for strike 1. Now, who would be next? And again, you're going to kind of dip around him, but do you bring on JF? You could.
You could.
You did on Saturday. You could today. The 3-1. Just off the plate for ball 4, and the leadoff man is aboard. 2 walks so far today for A.J. Trobenter. And that'll bring us to Nash Dreger. And for Tri-C's sake, they do not want to match what Bryant Stratton did in the top of the inning. They want to go through their order a little quicker. And of course, this being a long game, you could also see some hitting changes eventually. I believe we saw at least 1 or 2 guys who are not in the lineup right now taking some swings before, which could mean that a change is coming soon, just depends on where. Of course, if they figure it out offensively, that does change what they opt to do. And going back to it, 9 innings of work so far at Ron Mottl Field this year for Wager. 1 hit allowed, no runs.
Yeah, I would say it's pretty good.
Doesn't really get any better than that, with the exception of course, less walks and less hits. but I don't think his diamond shoes are too tight. Punch shown here from Dreger and pulled back for a strike. Quickly 0-2 on the speedster. That's one you wanted to see him try to lay down.
Yeah. Push down the first baseline. Use that speed to his advantage.
He definitely could beat it out, but now that is off the table completely. Wager's 0-2 will connect. Strikeout number 6 today for Max Wager. And it's back-to-back looking, spanning back to Brock Miller last inning. He has been an unstoppable force. The walks have been an issue, yes, but when he is dialed in, there is no beating him.
Yeah.
Now Jackson Bowles will try to change that notion here. But right now, as things stand, Bryant Stratton trying to be the only lower seed to get a win in game number 1 today. And of course, the rest of the games, I believe, are now firmly in game number 2. And we'll see what happens in those games, or if they get done before we're done with game number 1, which easily could happen. When I say easily could happen, I mean Kellogg.
Yeah.
I didn't want to call it any team, but again, when you have the number 3 team in the country, already 11-0 in one game against Kalamazoo Valley. We'll see what they're doing in game number 2. Yep, 7-2, so they're on pace. Wager's 0-1, again there.
That game is already going faster as they're already in the top of the 5th.
How? Were they done before we started?
I don't think so.
That's incredible. And all the runs, too. That's a weird one. The 0-2 from Wager is left high. That's one I do like from him, just to see a pitch up high, throwaway offering. And, of course, it's weird because the other games were happening in Michigan. This is just the battle for Ohio.
Yeah.
And with it, the battle of Solon and Parma, if you will. The 1-2, right down Broadway. 2 strikeouts looking this inning from Max Wager. Now 7 on the day. We go back to it. You need to be more aggressive as an offense.
Yeah.
That's the killer right now. The Achilles heel for Tri-C is their lack of aggressive swings. It was the same thing last time against Bryant Stratton, which, as we talked about, this is not like game number 1 of a series. This is like game number 5. And you come in with that familiarity. You know who you're going to face on the mound, and you know what you have to do to break them down. And right now, there's just no way to break down Max Wager. But I will say, our streak of exact number of batters up per inning being matched is over, as this is number 4. Could still be the case if we do see a out on the bases. Wager's 0-1 off the plates. Not impossible, but not likely.
Yeah, I don't think Trobe's going anywhere.
Question is how aggressive Kidder is behind the plates, which we have seen him moving quite a bit today and already has the momentum of a 2-run shot and an RBI single. He is the offense right now, which he was a guy we didn't talk about pregame. Bunt shown and blocked. But you talk about the top of the lineup. We basically stopped at 3 and then went around him. I think we talked about pretty much 1, 2, 3, 5, and 9 in depth. We danced around the key. I mean, of course, Kidder, a great hitter, but this was not expected. The 2-1 off the plate for ball 3.
Danced right around the engine. Shout out Joe Airbar.
We did a little bit talk about him. I mean, 361 average this year, 44 RBIs, had 5 home runs entering play today and 16 doubles, and a near 500 on-base percentage. So we did talk about him a little bit, but not as much as we talked about the likes of McLean and a couple of those other key pieces. Wager's 3-1, fouled off by Bortnick, and we are full. And somebody, I think, just came out of the dugout and snagged that one really cleanly.
Yeah.
That was clean. I'll respect it. As well, time locally 4:30, so we are officially an hour and a half into game number 1. A really slow-moving game number 1 at that. Full count on Bortnick. Runner goes and fouled back, so we will do it again. Bortnick 0 for 1 today after he flew out to the left fielder. There's Talon Wilbond out there for game number 1. Again, real quick, pitch count on Wager is that he has to be nearing that 70 number just like Gilbride. At least very close to it, if not the same exact. Runner goes again, the payoff pitch. Bortnick, a grounder over towards short and deep. It'll just get through, and it is the first base knock today for Tri-C. The inning will continue, and that'll send it back to Jameer Ross at the top.
That was pitch number 76.
So he is running out of time, but that ball was perfectly placed.
Almost a seeing eye single. Doesn't go all the way through, but still a single nonetheless.
I'll give a lot of credit, though, to McLean for tracking it down as deep as he did. But now Jameer Ross, one swing of the bat away from changing the game. And he will see a ball off the plate. In the fifth for Bryant and Stratton, we will see Stoltz, Reach, and McLean 9-1-2. And again for Tri-C in game number 1 and potentially game number 2, looking for win number 30 on the year. The 1-0, Ross, a shot deep to right field. And it is not going to be deep enough. The play is made by Biskup, and the inning is over. Had the right idea, but not the right depth. And it will remain a goose egg for the Tops in the run column. To the fifth we go. Bryant and Stratton holding on to their 3-0 lead.
Experiencing pain of any kind? Call a timeout and stop by the Healthiest You Chiropractic Center. There, Dr. Max or Dr. Stephanie will provide a top-tier adjustment. Then you'll unwind in their therapy room. Visit their website at www.thychiro.com or call 440-238-3338 and book an appointment today. The Healthiest You Chiropractic Center, keeping Strongsville pain-free since 2013. Looking to get in shape and join a great community? Look no further than CrossFit Strongsville. We offer classes taught by our amazing staff of coaches. If going solo is more your speed, stop in for our open gym hours. Visit our website at CrossFitStrongsville.com to learn more and view our schedule. Visit our new location at 12608 Alameda Drive in Strongsville. Strongsville CrossFit, you're worth it. You deserve to be healthier and happier.
Keegan Gilbride remains on the mound at the top of the fifth inning. 3-0 your score. Tri-C able to get their first hit of the day in the bottom of the fourth inning, but no runs to show for it. And you're nearing that halfway point of the game where you need to start making some moves offensively to get back in this one. But still plenty of time to do it. And the first pitch this inning fouled back. Stoltz getting a piece of Farrell again. He has been beaten up so much today.
He is not having a fun time in that circle behind the dish.
He's getting Scott Sterling. I mean, how many times has he been hit? He got one fouled off the dome, one thrown into the dome, and I think that one was off his hand.
Yeah.
Not ideal. There is plenty of ice, as the trainers are here today, so he might need to use that between games or at this point between innings. But as we said, after he got hits, he is a fighter. He is going to stay in. The 0-1 in there from Gilbride. So far today, 4 strikeouts for Gilly. And now you look at the combination, 11, 7 for Wager, 4 for Gilbride. And he wants to make it 5. Gilbride's 0-2 will run inside. Again, going back to the point we made at the beginning of the broadcast, it's crazy to think that we are already in the playoffs. Felt like just the season started not too long ago, and that's the weird thing with college baseball for us. It's just over 2 months of coverage, and then we're done. Gilbride's 1-2, high and out. But of course, there is always a chance that we will be back here in September or October for a game or two, which we had against Terrace State last time out. So hopefully we'll have at least one, and hopefully they'll bring real jerseys. That was an issue last time, believe it or not. I still can't believe it was.
Yeah.
Here's the 2-2. Swing and a miss. One up, one down. Back-to-back strikeouts spanning back to last inning for Keegan Gilbride. He now has 5 today. Again, going back to that pitch count, it is going to be important to watch it. I think both starters will eclipse 100.
Probably.
Do you cap them at the limit of 125 high school-wise, or do you let them ride past that?
I think it just depends where you're at the game. It's tough to tell right now.
We're going to see some really 1910s-esque numbers from some of these pitchers. I think you would agree.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe not 200, but we'll probably see at most 135. If we see it, I wouldn't be shocked. Now, time is called. Something is being said. And now this crew is going to go and have a conversation about what's going on. Did you see anything?
I have no idea.
I have no idea exactly what they're going for here. And this is a spot that it's really weird to call time and slow the game down. I don't get it. And it's only 2 of the umpires having this conversation, too. I'll go back to you, Cam, though. What is the pitch count right now for Gilbride?
78.
135, I think, is the limit for both.
I would
the
say,
absolute top end of it.
the absolute most.
Realistically, 115. Do we put that 20-pitch ratio out there, 115, 135? And here they're thinking less than 100. I know, Cam, back in the NABF, the day that you were there, we saw a relief pitcher go 115 in the summer, which we didn't even know the university is allowed at this point.
Yeah.
Now, did they truly allow it? We're not going to ask that question. The 1-0, foul away by Reach. Do you think that was a pitch count acceptable to that school or no?
Oh, probably not. But
was that one because they left the tournament that you kind of just put under the radar and hope for the best?
Yeah. Just try and sneak it in there. And
of course, that one was due to injury.
Yeah.
That was just a really weird day for T3, but they got through it. The 1-1 fouled back, counting out 1-2. And of course, you have to think with T3, they did not have Daniel Tome at that time. And he is going to be playing in a summer league down in Columbus this time around. A lot of those Mount guys, though, going to stay local, including Ty Denniston staying in the WRCL with Stark County. The 1-2 runs inside. And the reason that's relevant here, outside of just talking about Mount Union baseball, his counterpart in the NABF World Series Championship game last season is on the mound right now for Tri-C. And that was a great pitching battle all the way around. Dennison versus Gilbride. Of course, Ty Dennison had some theatrics and won tournament MVP for a reason. Gilbride's 2-2 in the dirt, and we are full. I believe as well, Aaron Tucker will be joining their ranks as well from Mount Union. A utility first baseman splitting time with Luke Perkins this year. And I believe as well a couple of other guys, including Yuri Bolina, I think, joining that team too. It'll be interesting to see where all those guys end up, though, when the season starts in a month. Gilbride's payoff pitch, a rocket into left field, but directly to Nash Dreger. That's what Nico Reach wanted to get off of his swing, but at the same time, exactly what the outfield wanted to see off the bats. And that is 2 up, 2 down, and going back to the third, 6 up, 6 down. And now Gavin McLean will step back in. Ever since Kidder's home run, that is when the 6 up, 6 down streak began. An interesting play to silence the offense. You would think be a strikeout or something, or if it had to be a hit or something along those lines, it'd be a walk, not a 2-run shot to give you plenty of insurance. In the end, though, that's not what we saw. And during the bottom of the 5th inning, we will return with some score updates again from around the grounds in the conference. How now even? How many games do you think will be done with game number 2 before we're done here?
Probably just that one.
I'm thinking at least 1, maybe 2 at most. But by the time we start game number 2, this should be the only game going on in the region. That would be my guess. The 1-1. Woo. Just off the plates. Count now 2-1. Next inning for Tri-C, it's Hill, Farrell, and Gallagher. 2, 3, and 4 due up. So far, 1 hit today, and it barely left the infield. That, of course, coming from Bortnick last inning. Gilbride's 2-1. On the outer edge, this time it's there. Was that the same exact spot? I think that was the same exact pitch, albeit I think one was a different delivery, but still, that was pretty much the same exact spot. Now Gilbride to close it out. The 2-2. Sharp grounder over towards second. Picked up by Brock Miller and bobbled. The throw to one is going to be late and high. McLean does slip. He did turn the other way. They're going to tag him just to make sure, but he is safe. So that'll be an E4, and that'll extend the inning just a little bit more. And in a big way, too, as now that'll bring up Tyler Biscup. And we've seen it today. If you give this Bryant Stratton team a chance to go out here and respond with some damage, they do. This is where you have to get out of the inning, no more damage done, and go from here. Again, all this is easier said than done. But Gilbride is going to go back to work here, throwing back to one. Not in time. Has to be careful, though. Time locally 4:42 p.m., so we are nearing the 2-hour mark of game number 1. But this game is definitely going to go at least 2.5, if not 3 hours. And another really good miss from Gilbride. And again, I think the quiet part is that did not miss.
Yeah.
I mean, did it in your opinion?
No.
I mean, I don't know where you say that one missed unless it's high. And that time it's low in the dirt, but a nice block from Farrell. Count out 2-0 on Biscup with Kidder in the on-deck circle. Again, you look at how the offense has operated today. That is the last guy you want to see there. And there is, it looks like, some action in the bullpen, but I'd be surprised to see Wager exit the game right now. He'll at least get the bottom of the 5th to start it, if not more. Gilbride's 2-0 off the plate for ball 3. And now on Tri-C's end, do you go and settle him down here and, again, send Briggs or somebody else out to the bullpen?
Probably.
It'll be a big call to see once it happens, if it does actually happen. Gilbride's 3-0 is high. It is ball 4. Back-to-back runners here, both not in a good way. 1 error and 1 walk, and it looks like now somebody's going to go warm up, and I think that's David Moore going out there. I mean, I don't think that you'd put him in the bullpen here to warm up. I'd be shocked. And I think this is just going to stall him. I think he just kind of ran out there for a second, which, Cam, I think you and I both thought because of who it was that you could, but this is where you go and get Lincoln Briggs ready to go.
Yeah.
Now, if this was game number 2 in the same spot, yes, you would throw anybody that you could at the situation to get you to game 3. What would be your bullpen here, Cam, for game number 1 after Briggs? Because I don't think Briggs would get you the rest of the 4.
Yeah, I was going to say you could go Spence. Okay. There
is no correlation.
They're calling him Bubba, and they're throwing me off. I was going to say, I feel like you would go Spencer Mueller, but
that would be the one that makes the most sense. But again, it's a tough spot. Now, if, again, you agree with me, game 2, different spot, you bring on whoever you can.
Yeah.
But, of course, right now your goal is to shut down Adam Kidder. 2 for 2 today. All 3 RBIs belong to him. If there was ever a spot for him to step up one more time this year, here it is. And, of course, he won't be done after this at-bat. And the first pitch he sees will sail in for a strike. And we can even feel it in our very own pseudo-wind tunnel. It is getting windy outside.
Yes, it is.
And that flag is definitely waving proudly out in left center. Throwback going to go to 2. Close but not in time. And just take a look at that flag out in left center field. That is definitely whipping in the wind, and it shows you what we're dealing with here. And once game number 2 gets underway, it'll be very, very quick to turn into a chilly evening. And then with it, the lights will probably be on to begin the game. Of course, it depends on when we actually start it. Gilbride's 0-1 is off the plate. Pitch count again. This is the only difficulty of Game Changer. You can't pull up multiple games at one time and see everything that you want to see. But it's a very important question in regards to Mr. Briggs of when you bring him on. The 1-1, there for strike 2. That was pitch 96. So is he done after this inning then?
Probably, yeah, I was going to say probably.
But he wants to end in style here. A 1-2 count on Kidder. And Kidder will take ball 2. A near miss again. I'm going to guess high because the lineup looks pretty good. Again, I really can't tell you where that one missed. A tough one going against Gilbride that time around. And now the 2-2. Take it for strike 3 looking. The side is retired. Punch out number 6 tonight for Keegan Gilbride. And that'll do it for the top of the 5th inning. If that's the last time we see him pitch at Ron Mottl Field, it has been a pleasure. He earns the hero's welcome back to the dugout after that one. Is that the momentum that Tri-C has been looking for? We will find out when we return. It's Hill, Farrell, and Gallagher. 2, 3, and 4 due up for the tops.
Experiencing pain of any kind? Call a timeout and stop by the Healthiest You Chiropractic Center. There, Dr. Max or Dr. Stephanie will provide a top-tier adjustment. Then you'll unwind in their therapy room. Visit their website at www.thychiro.com or call 440-238-3338 and book an appointment today. The Healthiest You Chiropractic Center, keeping Strongsville pain-free since 2013. Looking to get in shape and join a great community? Look no further than CrossFit Strongsville. We offer classes taught by our amazing staff of coaches. If going solo is more your speed, stop in for our open gym hours. Visit our website at CrossFitStrongsville.com to learn more and view our schedule. Visit our new location at 12608 Alameda Drive in Strongsville. Strongsville CrossFit, you're worth it. You deserve to be healthier and happier.
All right, Cam, I'll let you take it away. Score updates from the other regional games.
Kellogg, yes, they are already in the top of the 7th inning. They are leading 7-2 over Kalamazoo.
And just to put it out there, they have not been playing baseball for 4 hours yet today. Started at 1.
In the other game, top of the 6th inning, so hold on, the score's changing right now. It's 7-4 as Mid-Michigan down to Grand Rapids. 7-4, bases loaded.
So right now you kind of have an idea of 2 of the teams that will be advancing. Hill, the first pitch of the inning, skied off into center field. It'll be Stoltz going for it, and it is going to drop. It is a leadoff double for Nate Hill. That ball got lost in the sun and died in the Bermuda Triangle. But on Tri-C's end, they'll take it. Their second hit of the game. Exactly what they need to kick off the bottom of the 5th.
Yeah, leadoff double. It probably should have been an out, but again, tough day. The sun comes back out all of a sudden, and you really just can't beat against it.
I mean, you had that ball where they were, but they completely misjudged where that ball even fell.
Well, they started moving off to the left, and I thought it was going to be behind
the
pole.
No, you follow them, of course.
Exactly, because I think they know where the ball's going. Another score update, Lansing up 2-0 over Henry Ford. That one's in the top of the 3rd. And final score update, Mott up 1-0 over Macomb, going to the top of the 3rd inning.
So right now, if all the results hold, only one team, or rather one matchup, will only go to tomorrow. This ball again skied into left field, manageable for Wilbon. And this time he does make the play for out number 1. But really weird to see how quick Kellogg has played. They're going to be done by 5:30 at this rate. I mean, for a doubleheader with 18 innings to span that long, what, 4.5 hours? That's never going to happen. I know, Tri-C, they want to be out of here quick if they can get the win, but easier said than done. And now here comes Vinny Gallagher, 1 on, 1 down. The first pitch misses wide for ball 1. For Max Wager, where do you think his shelf life is?
It's running out.
And BW up 15-3 in the top still?
Yes, bottom of the 8th. Bottom of the 8th inning.
Wow. That's impressive from them. The 1-0 on the outer edge connects. But I feel like this is the point of the game where we are glued to Game Changers, just trying to see where both pitchers are at. And Wager, a lot less than I thought. 81.
That was his 82nd right there.
So now 82. Thank you for the correction. That's impressive. The 83rd one is poked off towards the left side, scooped up at third. The throw to 1 is in time for out number 2, but that'll move along hill. And I do like the decision from Gherkin not to try and tag him there.
Yeah.
That'd have been a tough play. He evades them. Both are safe. Now you have 2 outs, and we're going to have a pinch hit here. That's in place of Brock Miller then. I mean, Miller has struck out twice today, but Evan O'Reilly, a 409 average, 3 doubles, 7 RBIs in 11 games played this year. This is his 12th appearance of the season. And maybe that's why you bring him in. A shot into right, but it is going to die well before the track in the inning is over. Biskup able to catch up to it, and it remains a goose egg for Tri-C. But you can hear everybody up here. They thought it was gone. O'Reilly barreled it perfectly, but in the end, not enough mustard behind it. To the 6th inning we go. Score remains 3-0 Bryant Stratton.
Experiencing pain of any kind? Call a timeout and stop by the Healthiest You Chiropractic Center. There, Dr. Max or Dr. Stephanie will provide a top-tier adjustment. Then you'll unwind in their therapy room. Visit their website at www.thychiro.com or call 440-238-3338 and book an appointment today. The Healthiest You Chiropractic Center, keeping Strongsville pain-free since 2013. Looking to get in shape and join a great community? Look no further than CrossFit Strongsville. We offer classes taught by our amazing staff of coaches. If going solo is more your speed, stop in for our open gym hours. Visit our website at CrossFitStrongsville.com to learn more and view our schedule. Visit our new location at 12608 Alameda Drive in Strongsville. Strongsville CrossFit, you're worth it. You deserve to be healthier and happier.
Holden Cope leads it off in the top of the 6th for Bryant and Stratton. 3-0 still your score. The offense has settled down quite a bit as we haven't seen a run scored since the top of the 3rd for either team. And Cam, I believe another score update from Ray Fell to Rogers Field.
It's 16-3 now in favor of the Jackets. That was pitch number 100 from Keegan Gilbride.
Impressive from him by going back to the one at Mount Union. I think that one's done.
I would also say so.
Never know. Adam Humanic Masterclass coming in. Could be wrong, but as of right now, that one's done. The 0-1, wave and a miss. 14 versus 14. Current top versus former top. So far today, Cope 0 for 2 with a double play and a ground out, but I think Keegan Gilbride, he would like to strike out his former teammate here. And we'll see if he can do it on 3 pitches. Gilbride 0-2. He did. 1 up, 1 down. And that one had to feel good for the Tops. They're loving it. Number 7 today for Keegan Gilbride, and back-to-back going back to last inning. Let's go back to the question. How long do you let him ride?
I think you give him this inning.
If his arm's okay, do you put him out for the 7th?
No, I don't think you can do that.
How insane do you get? That's, of course, the fun question in the playoffs. But 1 up, 1 down, and here comes Hudson Gherkin. And again, first pitch strike. He looks dialed right now, though. I'm sure there will be a temptation to keep him on. But I think I would agree that this is going to do it for him today. And he wants to end with a few more big outs. The 0-1 there. Got now 0-2. Shoving again. This is what Keegan Gilbride brings to the table. And he has for the last 2 years. And he will continue wherever he goes on and do the same exact thing. Pretty much a no-doubter. The 0-2. He did not. And unfortunately, that does interrupt the immaculate inning.
Yeah.
You always get around that halfway point, and that's when it becomes really an option. But it always falls apart. And now he just gets back to work here on Gherkin, who so far today is 0 for 1 with a flyout and a walk. Gilbride's 1-2. Misses high. Now 17-3?
Yeah, BW has 23 hits.
Those are Rowan numbers from last year in the regional.
And there's only 1 out in the top of the 8th, runners on the corner.
Still?
Yeah. They've changed their pitcher 3 times this inning.
And a 2-2, a good look, but foul down the left field line. Once again, I think that game's done.
Yeah, I would say so.
I don't get why you change your pitcher 3 times when you're down that much either. Just let one guy finish and go to tomorrow.
You can't get him out. They're trying.
I mean, you'll have to play or win 3 or 4 more games to win the conference now. Just leave one guy in and go with it. The 2-2, a shot into left center field. Ross goes to track it down, and he will make the grab for out number 2. And outside of the error and walk, it has been a really clean couple of innings for Tri-C. On Gilbride's end, minus the walk, he has been in a really good spot. And, of course, without a runner on, he would not have had that spot because the inning would have been done there.
Yeah.
And as well, I just noticed this over at second base. It is now, I believe, Jacob Jones in. And looking at the roster, that would be correct. That was who was warming up, though, to hit before. He was in the cages, so interesting to see that he did not come in and hit there. Well, we'll see if Brock Miller does enter the game again in game number 2, which I would assume he does. The 1-0, a shot from Sanchez into left field and down. Hit number 5 this afternoon for Bryant and Stratton, and that'll keep the inning going to give it to Talon Wilbon, the left fielder. All right, Cam, pitch count of Gilbride.
They're still catching up. They're behind on Game Changer.
Where is Game Changer being operated?
That one should be 110, I believe.
110 pitches. I mean, we talked about that 115 to 135 range, and he is really close to it. Wilbon has a chance to get them there, though. Maybe not. A high pop-up on the infield, off towards the right side. Jones will make the play, and the side is retired. An excellent response from Tri-C's defense after allowing the 2-out base knock. And I feel like this time more confidently, that is most likely going to do it for Gilbride. But until we see somebody else on the mound, that remains unconfirmed. To the bottom of the 6th inning we go. Officially in hour number 3 of the game. 2 hours complete so far. The score remains 3-0 Bryant Stratton.
Life moves fast, and so do the unexpected moments. At the Kohut Insurance Agency, we've got you covered. Whether it's auto, home, renters, or something else, our goal is simple: to protect what matters most to you while saving you time and money. With personalized service and the power of many trusted carriers, we'll find the right coverage for you at the right price. Peace of mind shouldn't be complicated. Give us a call at 330-542-6400 or shoot us an email at david.kohut@twfg.com. Kohut Insurance Agency, our policy is caring. Experiencing pain of any kind? Call a timeout and stop by the Healthiest You Chiropractic Center. There, Dr. Max or Dr. Stephanie will provide a top-tier adjustment. Then you'll unwind in their therapy room. Visit their website at www.thychiro.com or call 440-238-3338 and book an appointment today. The Healthiest You Chiropractic Center, keeping Strongsville pain-free since 2013.
Once again, Trobenter leads off an inning for the third time today. Just looking at that, it just seems out of place, but that's where we sit. Bottom of the sixth inning, 3-0 your score. Bryant Stratton on top, as this game has been very competitive so far, and so has Max Wager. Pitch 84? I think he was at 83 beforehand. Either way, 7 strikeouts for him in 5 innings. He has been incredible. Just all the way around, exactly what you need out of your starter. And quickly 0-2 on Trobenter. So through 5 innings complete here, he has thrown 11 complete innings at Ron Mottl Field this season between 2 games and has allowed 2 hits. And he is at 86 now, and here comes 87. And Trobenter fouls it off. I'm disappointed. Oh, man. I'm just going to ignore behind us at this point. That's the best way forward. Again, the 0-2. Again, fouled back. I'd deal with it. We're going to see it at some point. We did 80 baseball games in 2 months last summer, so we're probably going to see the scoreline be that at some point. Now, I will say, from Joey Lehner's standpoint, hopefully he'll go 1 for 1 and give us a correct lineup card this time around if we see him. He's 0 for 1 so far. Again, the 0-2, and again, foul this time further down the line. And it looks like towards some of the parents who decided to line up towards the left field corner. But a great battle here from Trobenter. I believe this will be pitch number 6 of the at-bats. 2 balls, both taken to begin. 0-2 quickly, 3 fouls. 2 back, 1 down the line. Wager attacks again, and this time gets the wave and miss. 1 up, 1 down. He now has 8 strikeouts today. I believe as of right now, Cam, he is currently uncommitted. If teams watch the tape from the last couple of games, that'll not last. He'll be committed somewhere very soon. Now the question is, where do you put him? And who signs him? I think D1 could be in play. Could he be a Kent arm? Could he be an Ashland arm? Dreger up the middle, just past his glove and threw into center field. An excellent rip from Nash Dreger, just sneaking it past the ace. Hit number 3 today for Tri-C and number 1 for Nash Dreger. We'll watch it back on the replay. That snag missed by
barely.
Not much. I mean, it was a great swing from Nash Dreger. I mean, that was behind his head, and he nearly got it. If he got that, that would be the play of the day for this defense. And it wouldn't even be close. Bulls' first pitch he sees fouled back. A lot of foul balls this inning. Looking again into the bullpen, there is some action right now for Bryant and Stratton. But if he continues to lock it down, do you make the change? Or is that going to be a Wager decides when Wager is done thing?
Depends on this inning.
This one is going to go foul, and I believe it's off of his ankle. A painful one there, but quickly 0-2. And for Wager, if he gets the next 2 outs via the punch out, he would have 10 today. With the 8 right now, currently, he sits at 92 in his collegiate career. Which, he would have to stay in a little bit longer to get to 100. But again, if this team advances to the next round, he will probably get it. Barring, of course, going up against a really, really talented team, which right now, as things line up, they would have to play Make Home, who is the 2 seed. Throwback to 1, not in time, which this Bryant Stratton team, you look at them on paper, if they make it to the next round and even try to see, if they have to go up against Kellogg, it's not an impossible game. Both teams had them within 1 play. There was a home run that wasn't there for Tri-C and a home run that was there for Kellogg against Bryant Stratton. That were the differences. The 0-2 wave and a miss. Or maybe did he get a piece? They're going to say yes. So we will do it again.
This will be pitch 95.
He'll get through this inning. And Gillibrand ended at 111.
Yes.
I'd be shocked if I see him walk back out there, but then again, he looked really good in that inning.
I think he wants to go back out there.
I think if it's up to him, he goes back out there. And I think for Coach Kaplik, if you trust your ace that much, you will listen. It's a tough call, though, either way. Runner goes 0-2 is wide. The throw down on the money. The tag. Not in time. And it's a stolen base for Tri-C. A big one for Dreger. Anybody else, maybe except for Jameer Ross, they're gone by a mile.
Yeah.
That throw was perfect. There was no way you were getting him based on that jump, but the fact that it looked that close was impressive. And now Waker will go right back to work a 1-2 count on Jackson Bowles. And he gets the job done. His second strikeout of the inning, 9th of the day. And he now sits at 93 in his career. I'm sure next year he'll hit 100, maybe even still at the end of this year. If he does, impressive work. And, of course, as a red shirt, depends on how long he wants to play. He does have 2 more years of eligibility after this. Could just play 1 more. Just depends on what he wants to do. And I think with the NJCAA rules being the way they are now, we're eventually going to get to a point where you get 5 years of eligibility. Nothing more, nothing less. And that pitch is going to go to the backstop behind Bortnick. So a weird one there. It'll be a 1-0 count on Bortnick, who had what was the first hit of the game at the time for Tri-C. Well, what are your thoughts on that? Do you think that if he played 2 years JUCO, such as different governing bodies, that you should only then be allowed to play a few more? Or should it be the age thing where once you hit 19, you have a few more years left?
I have no idea.
That's one I've heard thrown around, where once you hit 19, you get, I believe, 4 years. 5 years from there. The 1-0, wave and a miss. I believe that's fair because the 6th year, that just becomes a little out of the ordinary. And I think, Cam, you and I know very few majors require more than 4 years to get done.
Yeah.
At that point, it's just for the love of the game, which is still respectable. The 1-1, Bortnick fouls it off. Once again, we have not seen a run score since the top of the 3rd inning. It has been a good while. And I don't know if we said it already, but Kellogg is done for the day. They get the sweep. And we'll confirm that score between the break, but impressive to see that they're already done. 10-2. That's still impressive that they're already done.
Yeah.
The 1-2 off the plate. So they outscored Kalamazoo Valley 21-2 across 2 games. And they will have a bye to begin the regional tournament next week at Jackson College. That is the change of format. The number 1 seed gets a bye. And then from there you get your typical brackets. The 2-2, it is going to miss, and we are full. So in a traditional top 5 seed advanced format, 2 would play 5, 3 would play 4.
This next one coming up should be pitch 102.
So both pitchers exceed 100 today. Wager's payoff pitch. Swing and a miss. The side is retired. He will throw down just to confirm, but it does not matter. He strikes out the side in the end. He now has 10 punch-outs today. The question is, will he go back out there for another? And again, our question is, do we see the pitching change? And it appears we will. Lincoln Briggs, he will make his way to the mound when we return for Tri-C. To the 7th inning we go, 3-0 your score. Bryant Stratton remains on top in game number 1.
Experiencing pain of any kind? Call a timeout and stop by the Healthiest You Chiropractic Center. There, Dr. Max or Dr. Stephanie will provide a top-tier adjustment. Then you'll unwind in their therapy room. Visit their website at www.thychiro.com or call 440-238-3338 and book an appointment today. The Healthiest You Chiropractic Center, keeping Strongsville pain-free since 2013. Looking to get in shape and join a great community? Look no further than CrossFit Strongsville. We offer classes taught by our amazing staff of coaches. If going solo is more your speed, stop in for our open gym hours. Visit our website at CrossFitStrongsville.com to learn more and view our schedule. Visit our new location at 12608 Alameda Drive in Strongsville. Strongsville CrossFit, you're worth it. You deserve to be healthier and happier. Life moves fast, and so do the unexpected moments. At the Kohut Insurance Agency, we've got you covered. Whether it's auto, home, renters, or something else, our goal is simple: to protect what matters most to you while saving you time and money. With personalized service and the power of many trusted carriers, we'll find the right coverage for you at the right price. Peace of mind shouldn't be complicated. Give us a call at 330-542-6400 or shoot us an email at david.kohut@twfg.com. Kohut Insurance Agency, our policy is caring.
Well, Cam, you know him quite well. Let's introduce our new pitcher.
Lincoln Briggs from Medina High School coming out on the mound in a big spot here for the Tops. They need some outs. Offense hasn't been able to get the roll, and they've been able to shut him down, but he's done a pretty good job on the year. 18 in the third innings pitched, 11 runs, given up 8 of them earned, 14 walks, 27 strikeouts, a 3.93 ERA, 1-1, 2 saves in his 10th appearance. This will be his 11th.
So a pretty good resume so far this season for Lincoln Briggs. A really good pitcher, and even during your days playing with him, a really good position player.
Yeah, used to play shortstop for us all the time on our summer team all the way back in the day. Hit third in our lineup.
And you look at him as of late, his big performance last time out at Mottl came on, bases loaded, 2 down, got a strikeout to get out of the inning, and it was huge for Tri-C. It kept them in a good spot, and they ended up winning game number 2. I would say a large reason why was Lincoln Briggs. And he deserved all the credit for that performance. The 0-1 out of Farrell's glove. Now game number 2, just looking at the defense, where do you think people play and who do you think plays? Different than what we have right now.
I think probably, I don't know, maybe a couple changes here and there.
The 1-1 will miss high for ball 2, and I think based on where we're sitting right now, Torok is going to start game 2.
It's the way it's going, at least the way it seems for now. Might have Tro behind the dish, and Diddy trying to get him in the DH spot. Maybe he'll get hit a little bit less.
Or you could always put him in right and have Jackson Bowles DH.
That is true.
Also depends on what you want to do at second, if Jacob Jones will play in place of Brock Miller in that game, or do you put Miller back out there? It's a big question, but I'm sure they'll have that answer between games. The 2-2, swing and a miss, 1 up, 1 down. And for the first time in his collegiate career, he gets a strikeout in the playoffs. And I'm sure Lincoln Briggs will definitely take that one. And as a staff, now 8 strikeouts today for Tri-C. And for Stoltz, that's the 3rd time that he has struck out today, and that'll bring us right back to the top of the order with Nico Reach. So far, a strikeout, a base hit, and a fly out to left field. A solid day for him altogether. And unfortunately, that fly out to left field was a shot right at Nash Streeger. If it wasn't directly there, that ball was getting down. No doubts.
Absolutely.
And again, a first pitch strike from Lincoln Briggs. His goal again, just keep it 3-0 and give your offense another chance to strike. And of course, the question is, will it be against Wager or somebody else? I know the pitch count plays a part, but I think, I said it last time and I'll stand on it, he is your best chance to win. Still a 3-0 game. Tri-C could easily come back. The 1-1 misses wide for ball 2. And you look at the rest of the final scores, if this result holds, this would be your lowest scoring game by far, by 5 runs as we saw an 8-0. But it shows just how low scoring this game is and how evenly matched these teams are. The 2-1 sails in from Briggs. And of course, we didn't see a single team score 10-plus runs in the opening 4 games of this series this year. The most we saw was 9 from Tri-C. The 2-2 poked foul by Reach. After him, it goes to the meat and potatoes of this order with McLean and Tyler Biscup. Again, over 2 hours into game number 1, currently 5:17 Eastern Standard Time. And it looks like in the pen right now for Tri-C, it is Wolfie getting warm. Wouldn't be surprised to see him come on soon. This ball from Reach sent into center field towards Jameer Ross, and he will easily make that play for out number 2. Even if Briggs is just a bridge pitcher, he's doing an excellent job of shutting down this order.
Absolutely.
I think he'll go out for the 8th, and then from there, if he has trouble, Wolf will come on. And if you go to the 9th, I think you keep Wolf on.
I think it just depends on the score at that point.
When I say go to the 9th, I mean go in there trying to win the game in the top. In the bottom, I think you absolutely keep him on just to try to keep it close. Just depends what happens in the bottom of the next 2 innings. Briggs again, first pitch strike to Gavin McLean, who has reached on an error today, has struck out and has singled. So a very unique day, all 3 unique plays. Briggs is 0-1, will miss high. I'll ask you your final answer here, Cam, and we'll stop the speculation. Wager, yes or no in the 7th?
I'm saying yes.
I'm saying yes, too. I don't see a world that you pull him unless he gives you a reason to in the inning. The 1-1. There for strike 2. Now the pitch count caps, I would say, at 120 for him. Unless he is that dominant that you can't take him out. And I think on his end, he wants to try and go out there and get to 100 at Bryant Stratton in the strikeout departments. The 1-2 just misses. On Tri-C's end, it's the top of their order, Ross, Hill, and Farrell, and we know what kind of chaos they can create. We've seen it so many times. Briggs is 2-2, runs inside, and we are full. Again, it goes to Biscup in the on-deck circle, and then in the hole, it's Kidder. Kidder did strike out looking his last time up, but you have to keep in mind, he is well in line for player of the game because he has all 3 RBIs. Full count 3-2 on Gavin McLean, and he will take ball 4, so the inning will continue. The 3rd unique way he has reached today, Cam. He's playing the game by himself. Single, error, and walk. I'm not going to try and figure out the other 4 offhand. We saw last time how bad that ended for us. Are you going to try it?
What are the 3 you just said? You said single. What was the one in the middle?
Single, error, walk.
Single, error, walk, catcher's interference, hit by pitch. What is that, 5? Yeah, drop
Fielder's
strike,
choice.
Fielder's choice.
There we go. We did it.
There we go.
We had some help from some college baseball players, but we got it done.
The 7 ways to reach base.
I think he just asked again. Here's the 1-0. It is wide for ball 2. And now they're going to try to name it down there. It's easier said than done. No. They don't count it on there.
Yeah.
In the meantime, the 2-0, it is popped up and out of play. We did confirm they don't count among the 7 intentional walk in that. They call it a walk.
Yeah. Those are all just hits.
He's getting it. He's getting it. Runner goes in the 2-1. The pitch is there for strike 2 on a 1-hop. Not in time. Down to second. And in the meantime, they did figure it out. Is this the equivalent of people trying to name all 50 states, albeit a lot less?
No.
It feels like the same difficulty of you forget one, albeit there's, okay. You forget one or two in there always.
Yeah.
And now time is called as Coach K is going to come out here. We've just been challenged to name all 10 provinces of Canada. This is what happens for those who are just watching for the first time. Every single time up here in the press box that we do a game here. Quebec?
Vancouver. No, that's
Quebec,
a city.
Not Ontario. We're trying to name the Canadian provinces now. That's 2. Does Toronto count?
No. British Columbia. Yeah? All right.
Wow, this is impressive. We're having fun up here, aren't we?
I got the 50 states unlocked. 3 for 10. 3 for 10. That's a great. I'm hitting 300 on the provinces of Canada. Yeah.
Well, to be fair, batting 300 is not as good as Bryson Britton this season. He's batting 364, so we'll give him credit there. But it looks like Briggs is ready to go, and so are we. 2-2 count on Biscup. Man, we got off track really quick, didn't we? Here's the pitch, and it's roped down the right field line and into the corner, but foul. So we will do it again, but Biscup nearly had run number 4 being brought in just like that. I wonder if people can name, well, people who are from only one of them, name all 50 states plus all 10 provinces. I wonder if that's possible. This is an interesting conversation, to say the least. Here's the 2-2, and we are full in the dirt. If you walk him here, do you bring on Wolf?
No.
It is going to be a big call, though, either way, whatever they do. Wolf, though, does appear to be somewhat ready to go. Full count 3-2 on Tyler Biscup. And he will slice it foul off towards the left side. Looking at the scoreboard, 3 runs for Bryant Stratton, 5 hits, 1 error. Tri-C, no runs, 3 hits, and 2 errors. Those 2 errors, of course, very big right now. Less hits, more errors, not a good recipe. But Lincoln Briggs, again, a chance to get out of the inning right here. The payoff pitch, it is there for strike 3 looking. The inning is over. Second strikeout today for Lincoln Briggs, and he will bring us to the bottom of the 7th inning. The Medina man does his job and gets the reception from the former Medina skipper and coach, Nick Kaplik. 7th inning stretch time at around Mottl Field. 3-0 still your score. Tri-C looking to break this game open when we return.
Experiencing pain of any kind? Call a timeout and stop by the Healthiest You Chiropractic Center. There, Dr. Max or Dr. Stephanie will provide a top-tier adjustment. Then you'll unwind in their therapy room. Visit their website at www.thychiro.com or call 440-238-3338 and book an appointment today. The Healthiest You Chiropractic Center, keeping Strongsville pain-free since 2013. Looking to get in shape and join a great community? Look no further than CrossFit Strongsville. We offer classes taught by our amazing staff of coaches. If going solo is more your speed, stop in for our open gym hours. Visit our website at CrossFitStrongsville.com to learn more and view our schedule. Visit our new location at 12608 Alameda Drive in Strongsville. Strongsville CrossFit, you're worth it. You deserve to be healthier and happier.
Before we get back to the action, if you or someone you know is a business owner looking to sponsor broadcasts in the Cleveland or Stark County area, contact us at one of those avenues on your screen, and I would love to work out a deal with you to promote the best of your business and your brand. Thank you to all of our advertisers, along with Tri-C Athletics, for bringing us on to telecast these games. To the bottom of the 7th inning we go, and Cam, we do have an answer. As expected, Max Wager will remain on the mound for Bryant Stratton College.
Yeah, I think that's the right call out there. I mean, He's only given up 3 hits, hasn't allowed a run. So I think you let him go until you think it's gone a little bit too far.
To keep the stat going, in 12 innings of work this season at Ron Mottl Field, no runs allowed on 4 hits. In 12 innings between 2 games. He has been outstanding, and beyond that, a 1-0 record, which he wants to make 2-0 here. But his first pitch well wide for ball 1. It's the top of the order. I think his leash here is pretty outlined. If Ross gets on, he's done.
Probably. Let's pitch 104 from him.
He won't get too much further than that, most likely, but who knows? The 1-0, right down Broadway. Just when you think he's done, he responds. But both pitchers exceeding 100 pitches, kind of what we expected here in the playoffs. The question is, will it happen in game number 2 again, or should it happen again in game number 2? I would say 2 different answers. The 1-1 will miss. And we will have game number 2 approximately a half an hour after this one is done. As of right now, we are not in line to start at 6 p.m. unless we're done in the next 3 minutes, which we are not going to be done in the next 3 minutes. The 2-1 responds again. I mean, Max Wager has dominated today, and I don't even know if that does him justice. 10 strikeouts so far, looking for an 11th. And he nearly gets it. We are full. And he is all smiles on the mound. Entered play today, 3.44 ERA and nearly a 13 K per 9 rate. So keeping it right in and around there too. Wager's payoff pitch, swing and a miss, 1 up, 1 down. It is number 11 on the day for Bryant and Stratton's ace. Once again, I would venture to guess that he will be uncommitted for only a few more days. If not, he will have plenty of suitors.
Yeah.
Just incredible what he has done this season. He has been a big strikeout guy. 81 now just this year. Then you add on last year's, he's at 95. And Nate Hill will see strike 1. Again, the question is, as long as his arm feels okay, do you just let him go?
I think so. It's 108 from him now.
You get to a point where it really doesn't matter anymore how many pitches you've thrown.
Yeah.
It just blends together. The 0-1 misses wide. And I think if he were to exit after the 6th inning, Trobenter's one big at-bat would have been the reason why, because he could have gotten out of there in 3 pitches and instead had to throw 7 or 8. And those 5 pitches would have been the difference between in the 100s or not. The 1-1 misses wide. Do you think it would have been as simple as that?
I think in theory, but in the same sense, he still could be out here throwing the same amount.
Just depends on when they feel satisfied with where they are at, which I don't know if they are. The 2-1 runs inside for ball 3. Are we still going with if somebody gets on, you pull him?
I would think so.
Definitely a tough call either way of what you want to do. After Hill, it goes to Farrell and then Gallagher. Here's the 3-1. Swing and a miss. We are full. And again, when it looks like he is officially out of it, throwing bad pitches, he responds with a perfect one that would have not been out of place in the 1st inning. And that's what makes him such a great pitcher. And Hill will keep it going, fouling it off. In our JUCO coverage this year, is he the best pitcher that we have seen?
I think so.
I would agree. I mean, you look at a couple of those Michigan schools, they were just bullpen committees. This is a bona fide ace, which you really don't see too much at the NJCAA level, at least in the Great Lakes. Again, the payoff pitch, swing and a miss, 2 up, 2 down. 12 strikeouts today for Max Wager. He just continues to cruise along, now 96 as a Bobcat. Did they just let him go for 100? Is that what they're keeping him in for, too?
I don't think so.
Just incredible, and I don't believe there are any rules of what he can actually throw, so if he's Yamamoto, we could see him again tomorrow, which is insane, which If that happens, I think we need to rewrite a couple of rules, but who even knows? And again, first pitch strike. What more can you say about this young man? Who, again, is 1 year older than us, but still, the term applies. We're young, I think. Correct?
Yeah,
We'll take it.
for now.
The 0-1 hits him. Lost that one on Farrell, and that'll bring us to Vinny Gallagher. And it looks like that is going to do it for Max Wager. Here comes Coach C-Max. A big decision. How many pitches is he at?
118.
If this is it, what an impressive day for him on the mound. He dominated start to now. That's all you can ask of him. He doesn't go for the ball, though, right away. And he is not going for the ball. Austin C-Max is a bold head coach, but I love it. That's incredible. He took the job in the fall of 2023 at 27 years old. One of the youngest coaches in the game, and he is keeping faith in his ace. If that pays off, that'll be one of his best coaching decisions of his young career. A Streetsboro alum and a former player over at Malone. A great ball player back in his day, and he's doing a great job so far as the coach of Bryant Stratton. But of course, I think part of that conversation was, one more guy on, you're done.
Yeah. I think this is probably his last batter of the game regardless.
Which I would agree with. From there, again, who do you bring in? It's a tough question. Runner goes, the 1-0, driven up the middle, right to the bag. McLean bobbles it and knocks it down. But it'll stay right there. It'll be an E6. If he did not take off, I think they would have gotten him at the bag easily.
Yeah.
And now here comes Jacob Jones for the first time today. And we are going to be proven wrong, it looks like. I think Coach C-Max is going to let him go one more because that wasn't his fault.
Yeah.
That's my guess. That's a question between games, of course. If we'll get that answer even, but still.
This will be pitch 120. I was one off. This will be pitch 120.
Incredible, but Jones, 301 average on the year, coming in a big spot, representing the tying run. And he will see ball one low. If the bases were to load, it will be the Tro Show in the on-deck circle coming in. This could be Tri-C's turning point. But they do have to be careful. 2 outs on the board already. Wager's 1-0 will miss wide for ball 2. And I think they have to make the change.
Yeah.
But again, we've said it so many times. When he looks out, he somehow dials back in.
Surely this will be his last batter. But the last time I said that, he got another batter. So
it just depends. Do you think that your other bullpen arms are going to do better? The 2-0 in the dirt for ball 3. And we are 1 ball away from having the bases loaded for A.J. Trobenter. This is the opportunity Tri-C has been waiting for all afternoon. Will it finally be here? 3 balls, no strikes on 42. And there is strike 1. And I think the entire dugout about lost it. I think it was figure 8 jumping over there too. Of course, could see him on the mound in either game 2 or 3 at some points. Now a 3-1 count, so a chance to battle back in for Wager. And he will get it. Full count. Max Wager, potentially the final pitch of his career at Bryant Stratton College coming here. What number will it be?
125.
125 for the ace. Can he get out of the inning here? Runners go. Wager's payoff. And it is going to be a drop, 3rd strike. They will send a runner home. The play is not in time to throw is wide. Excellent hustle from Diddy Farrell. And Tri-C is on the board. Strikeout 13 today for Wager, but it won't matter. He ends potentially his season on a strikeout, but a run somehow still comes around. I mean, that is an absolute cruel twist of fate. Coach Kaplik, he will rally the troops in the meantime, and it'll be a substitution, a pinch hit for Cohen Merritts. He will come in for Trobenter. Wager's day is done. He will come off the mound, but he deserves all the credit in the world. 125 pitches, 3 hits today, 1 unearned run, 13 strikeouts. He was incredible today. And now here comes the pitching change for Bryant and Stratton. Just like last time, they will follow up number 36 with number 11. It is going to be a big task here for Dylan Lefevre to settle it down, but he will try to do that when we return to Ron Mottl Fields.
Experiencing pain of any kind? Call a timeout and stop by the Healthiest You Chiropractic Center. There, Dr. Max or Dr. Stephanie will provide a top-tier adjustment. Then you'll unwind in their therapy room. Visit their website at www.thychiro.com or call 440-238-3338 and book an appointment today. The Healthiest You Chiropractic Center, keeping Strongsville pain-free since 2013.
Dylan Lefevre is on the mound now for Bryant and Stratton College in the bottom of the 7th inning. Tying run is over at first. And Coach Kaplik has gone to his bench for the first time just for a straight DH swap. Not the first time that he's done it altogether today, but the first time that'll be a straight swap, I believe, as here comes Cohen Merritt's. Of course, the last time O'Reilly just pinch hit, he was done and Jones came in the game, so not as clear cut as you would imagine. But tying run at first here. And they will get in a run down here to begin. And there's no contest at second, so he easily takes it. Tying run now in scoring position for Tri-C. And this is where Cohen Merritt wants to be. A pressure spot for the sophomore out of Belle River High School up in Canada. A .317 average, 4 doubles, 1 triple, and 3 home runs on the year. And he will see ball 1. After Coe, it'll turn over to Nash Dreger. In the 8th for Bryant and Stratton, it's Kidder, Cope, and Gherkin. 4, 5, and 6 due up for the Bobcats. Lefevre's 1-0 is off the plate for ball 2.
It's got a funky windup.
It really is. I think we can kind of compare it to a Adam Simber, Mike Clevenger mashup. That's at least what it kind of appears to be from here. The 2-0, wave and a miss from Merritts. Count out 2-1. But again, a drop third strike brings in the run, an unearned run on the watch of Wager. He was dominant today. He just didn't have enough to get out of the inning. But I didn't hate the decision to keep him on. The 2-1, wave and a miss. And going back to it, I think that Coach C-Max, at least in part, was validated because he did get the strikeout, to be fair.
That is true.
But again, in a cruel, twisted way against Wager, he gets the strikeout, but not out of the inning. Count out 2-2 on Cohen Merritts. Lefevre back to work, and he will just miss. We are full. Enters play today with a 7.31 ERA as he makes his 12th appearance of the season, and he looks to get a 2 1/3 inning save, going for his second save of the season. Here comes the payoff pitch. Merritt fouls it off. So we will do it again. Time now 5:40. So we are nearing the 3rd hour of game number 1 alone. Game number 2 will not be starting at 6 p.m. if that was already not obvious. I think it was obvious, but you never know. Again, the payoff pitch, wide. It's ball 4. Merritt will take his base, and the bases are juiced for Nash Dreger. What a spot here for the freshman. How crazy do you get?
You know, I would say maybe looks like we're going to get a pinch runner as well.
I'm not too surprised with that one, just to make sure that he's okay.
Yeah.
Who is that now running for him? That's Nolan Ignacio coming in. So now the question is, does Tro, if he comes back to it, go back up again? Just depends on the situation, I'm sure. But bases loaded, 2 down. If Dreger can do something here, this game will flip on its head. And he will take ball 1 off the plate. For Lefevre, this is one of the biggest spots that he has pitched in all season. And now there is double action in the pen for Bryant and Stratton. Can't tell who is out there, but again, I wouldn't be surprised if it's Joey Flanagan. The 1-0 fouled off and somehow caught by Kidder.
He wanted to demolish that baseball.
You don't say. He wanted to send that ball all the way back up north to Canada. It easily could have landed there, too. The 1-1 fouled off, but again in a dangerous spot. I mean, Lefevre is hanging it right now. Where do you attack here?
Outside.
Count 1-2 on Nash Dreger with the bases loaded. And Lefevre gets out of the inning. Swing and a miss. 1 run scores, though, for Tri-C, but the Bobcats will take it. Wager set the tempo, but Dylan Lefevre comes in, all the pressure in the world on his shoulders, and he delivers a massive blow to Tri-C's offense. To the 8th inning we go. 3-1 your score. The Tops get 1 back on a drop third strike, but still more work to do in the final 2 innings.
Life moves fast, and so do the unexpected moments. At the Kohut Insurance Agency, we've got you covered. Whether it's auto, home, renters, or something else, our goal is simple: to protect what matters most to you while saving you time and money. With personalized service and the power of many trusted carriers, we'll find the right coverage for you at the right price. Peace of mind shouldn't be complicated. Give us a call at 330-542-6400 or shoot us an email at david.kohut@twfg.com. Kohut Insurance Agency, our policy is caring. Experiencing pain of any kind? Call a timeout and stop by the Healthiest You Chiropractic Center. There, Dr. Max or Dr. Stephanie will provide a top-tier adjustment. Then you'll unwind in their therapy room. Visit their website at www.thychiro.com or call 440-238-3338 and book an appointment today. The Healthiest You Chiropractic Center, keeping Strongsville pain-free since 2013.
To the 8th inning we go here, Cam. Some score updates.
Score update: Grand Rapids up 9-6 over Mid-Michigan, heading to the top of the 9th inning. The Lansing Stars looking to sweep Henry Ford. They're up 4-1 in the top of the 6th, and it's all tied up 2-2. Macomb and Mott in the bottom of the 6th.
Thank you, Cam, for those score updates as well. For those just tuning in, number 1 Kellogg sweeping Kalamazoo Valley 11-0 in game 1, 10-2 in game number 2. As for Tri-C, they will keep Lincoln Briggs on the mound into the 8th inning. The 1-0 connects on the outer edge to even it up. Offensively, you came so close to changing this game back to your favor. The defense has to set the momentum, but the key, you don't face Wager again today, and that is massive.
Yes, that is.
But, of course, plenty of capable pitchers on this roster, and the question is, who are you going to go to if Lefevre does not close it out?
You need 6 outs.
And I think you can partially play it that way, partially not. Briggs is 1-2. It is in the dirt. Flanagan does have 2 saves on the year. Again, you kind of have to keep growing back to that name because of his history with this program. And of how many outings he's had. He has had 14 appearances this year already. And if he comes out today, that'll be 15. That is a team high. Here's a 2-2, and it is poked foul. 2 hours and 46-ish minutes in. I believe we started at 3:03, so a little bit off on that time, but I would assume, for all intents and purposes, we are going to go the full 3 hours in game number 1. Maybe even a little bit more. Of course, just depending on how this one ends up finishing. And right now, a full count sits on Kidder. Kidder, 3 RBIs today. All the offense thus far for Bryant Stratton College. And they have not scored since the top of the 3rd inning. Here's the payoff pitch. It'll miss off the plate for ball 4. And for the 3rd time today, Kidder will reach safely. And that'll bring us back to Holden Cope trying to get a hit against his former team. Once again, as we have mentioned today, if Bryant and Stratton were to win game number 1, they would be the only lower seed to win the opener. And as of right now, barring a upset from Mottl, which of course is possible, will be the only team in the driver's seat to actually advance to the next round. That is a lower seed. Which I think you and I both agree Lansing is going to get through, and same with Grand Rapids pretty easily.
Yes.
The only real question is here and Macomb. Briggs, first pitch strike. But I think we're going to have at least 2, if not 3, of the other 4 games completed before we start game number 2. Or at least before we're done with game number 1. I think we might have all of them done before we start game number 2. And this will be the only game going on at that point, which is massive for the rest of the teams. The 0-1 high and in. And of course, from a film standpoint, you're going to want to watch and just see who you would be playing up next. I want to be shocked to see a bunch of those guys tuned in and see what's going on here, or at least watch Game Changer to understand what you're going up against. Albeit it's next week, you still want to prepare as soon as you can. Briggs' 1-1 is high for ball 2. But you look at the teams advancing. Lansing has seen Tri-C. Grand Rapids has not. Tri-C, of course, in there as well. Macomb has played Tri-C. I believe the game was there this year, and same with Kellogg. So they have seen this team before, except for Grand Rapids. But never a bad idea to continue watching the film, as you and I both can tell people this is not the same team that played here in early March.
No. Especially with all the injuries they've dealt with.
Even early April, it's not the same team. And part of that is getting some key pieces back. But not all of it. Count 2-2 on Cope. And that time it skips in and we are full. Walk here, Wolf comes on?
I'd say so.
That Bryant Stratton dugout still loud and still getting some guys warm, but they have been in the driver's seat since the first inning, and they have not let go of it. Here is the 3-2, and it runs inside and hits Cope. So he will reach for the first time today against Tri-C. That'll bring up Gherkin. And right now, no movement from the dugouts. But you bring on Gherkin, 74 career RBIs entering play today, 82 career hits, and a 267 average on the season. And now we are going to see movement from Coach Capel again. That will about do it for Lincoln Briggs. We talked about him as a bridge arm for this team. Wolf got ready. He is ready to go on and throw. He did his job and did it well.
Yeah. Walks hurt him here in his second inning of work, but it's on Wolf now to try and help this guy out and get him out of it.
Tri-C able to get 1 run back in the bottom of the 7th, trying to keep it a 2-run game as we bring on a new pitcher. The call to the bullpen has been made. It is Mason Wolf time now at Ron Mottl Field.
Experiencing pain of any kind? Call a timeout and stop by the Healthiest You Chiropractic Center. There, Dr. Max or Dr. Stephanie will provide a top-tier adjustment. Then you'll unwind in their therapy room. Visit their website at www.thychiro.com or call 440-238-3338 and book an appointment today. The Healthiest You Chiropractic Center, keeping Strongsville pain-free since 2013. Looking to get in shape and join a great community? Look no further than CrossFit Strongsville. We offer classes taught by our amazing staff of coaches. If going solo is more your speed, stop in for our open gym hours. Visit our website at CrossFitStrongsville.com to learn more and view our schedule. Visit our new location at 12608 Alameda Drive in Strongsville. Strongsville CrossFit, you're worth it. You deserve to be healthier and happier. Life moves fast, and so do the unexpected moments. At the Kohut Insurance Agency, we've got you covered. Whether it's auto, home, renters, or something else, our goal is simple: to protect what matters most to you while saving you time and money. With personalized service and the power of many trusted carriers, we'll find the right coverage for you at the right price. Peace of mind shouldn't be complicated. Give us a call at 330-542-6400 or shoot us an email at david.kohut@twfg.com. Kohut Insurance Agency, our policy is caring.
Mason Wolf is ready to go on the mound for Tri-C in the top of the 8th inning. 3-1 your score. A big defensive spot for Tri-C as they want to try to keep this one close.
Absolutely. You need 3 outs, and you need them quick here, especially with the 2 on. And you got the heart of the order coming up, too.
So far this season, in 18 innings of work, 9 runs allowed, 6 of which were earned, 7 walks, 26 punch-outs, a 3 ERA, 1-1 record, 1 save, as he makes his 14th appearance of the season for Tri-C. And a big spot here against Hudson Gherkin. And he will bunt immediately, and he will not get it down. But a great job crashing from both sides to try and cut that one off if it did get down. And we'll have to check again during our next break to see if we do have any of the other games going on completed. Which I wouldn't be surprised to see that be the case. Again, here comes a charge. The runner goes this time. Nobody is there to cover third. And it's a free bag for Kidder. Count now 1-1. I mean, that's a tough spot right there now, first and third. That really does change up how you approach it. But somebody had to be down there to be ready to go.
Yeah.
Again, the goal of the bunt was to move the runner up to third. And you did that without even laying it down. So a great spot here for Gherkin. Looking for career RBI number 75 as a Bobcats. And he might get it. A fly ball into right field. It'll be caught in the corner. A runner will tag up from third and score. Kidder trots home. And that is RBI number 75 for Hudson Gherkin as a Bobcat. And that'll make it 4-1. A job well done for the Bryant Stratton offense. And a big part of that was just aided by simply executing when you knew nobody was covering.
Exactly. Get on via the walk. You're able to move to second via another walk and then get to third and then home via the fly out. Still got 2 more outs.
And this one is shot deep to left field, and it's off the wall. Just knocking on the Tri-C logo, and it's a standing double for Kevin Sanchez. Cope now at third, Sanchez at second. The bats are getting warm for Bryant Stratton again in the 8th. Already replacing the 1 run they allowed last time. And there is a chance that they can do a little bit more than just that. And on Tri-C's end, do you bring on somebody else to warm up?
I don't think so.
It's a big question. Now here comes Wilbon, still 1 out, 2 runners in scoring position. You have to be clean defensively. And a big spot to do it. The infield is completely in for the Tops. And the first pitch there for strike 1. For Mason Wolf, this is where you go out and show why you are one of the first guys out of the bullpen. Looking ahead to the offensive Tri-C Bulls, Bortnick Ross, 8-9-1 due up in the bottom of the inning. The 0-1 wave and a miss. After Wilbon, it goes to Stoltz in the on-deck circle. Get a strikeout here. Your defense can breathe a slight sigh of relief. The pressure won't be as intense. Wolf 0-2. A good block from Farrell, and he did not offer. For Diddy, he has to keep everything in front of him. Anything beyond, it's 5-1. Down by 3 you can manage. This team has scored that so many times. Even 4 you could, but that would be the biggest lead of the day for the Bobcats. The 1-2, sharp grounder over towards third. They will now throw over to one, and they get him in time for out number 2. And that's how you execute that play. You make sure the runner doesn't take off for home. Then you go to first, you get the out there, and now the scenario becomes a little bit easier. So 2 down now as Jackson Stoltz will come in 0 for 3 with 3 strikeouts so far. But a chance for redemption as he rounds out the 4th go-around today for the Bobcats. So far, 6 hits today for Bryant Stratton, 3 for Tri-C, and 2 errors for each side. Once again, the winner of this series will advance to Jackson College next week to play in the Super Regional. 5 teams will be the number 1 seed. Kellogg already getting a bye. And then from there, you'll see the other couple of teams go and play each other in round 1 to then set up a new field once they come in. And again, it'll be a double elimination format. But a nice block there from Farrell to keep that one relatively close. Do you like the new format?
I'm sure Kellogg's likes it.
They do. The 9 and 10, I'm sure, don't hate it either. They get a chance. The 2-0 there for ball 3. And I think Bryant Stratton does too because they didn't have to play Kellogg round 1. In the old format, this would have been 3 Tri-C versus number 6, Henry Ford. So either way, a tough matchup. The 3-0 to Stoltz, and it is in the dirt for ball 4. The bases will be loaded for Nico Reach. What a spot now for Bryant Stratton. Something clearly woke up in them after allowing that 1 run last inning. The question is, how many runs can they bring along? If any. Bases loaded, 2 down for the leadoff second baseman. And he sees strike 1. And of course, going back to Bryant Stratton, do you keep on Lefevre? Or is he just a bridge?
I think he might just be a bridge.
The 0-1, did he go? Yes. Cat now 0-2. And then from there, again, I think we're both thinking who you could bring on. Or is it just going to be a storyline overhyped and beaten to death before we see it? Tough call. The 0-2, yes he did, the inning is over. Mason Wolf gets out of the jam and he sprints off in a hurry. And that's why you keep your faith in 2-3. To the bottom of the 8th inning we go at Ron Mottl Field. 4-1 your score. Bryant Stratton gets one back, but they have a mountain to climb defensively when we return to the Mott.
Experiencing pain of any kind? Call a timeout and stop by the Healthiest You Chiropractic Center. There, Dr. Max or Dr. Stephanie will provide a top-tier adjustment. Then you'll unwind in their therapy room. Visit their website at www.thychiro.com or call 440-238-3338 and book an appointment today. The Healthiest You Chiropractic Center, keeping Strongsville pain-free since 2013. Looking to get in shape and join a great community? Look no further than CrossFit Strongsville. We offer classes taught by our amazing staff of coaches. If going solo is more your speed, stop in for our open gym hours. Visit our website at CrossFitStrongsville.com to learn more and view our schedule. Visit our new location at 12608 Alameda Drive in Strongsville. Strongsville CrossFit, you're worth it. You deserve to be healthier and happier. Life moves fast, and so do the unexpected moments. At the Kohut Insurance Agency, we've got you covered. Whether it's auto, home, renters, or something else, our goal is simple: to protect what matters most to you while saving you time and money. With personalized service and the power of many trusted carriers, we'll find the right coverage for you at the right price. Peace of mind shouldn't be complicated. Give us a call at 330-542-6400 or shoot us an email at david.kohut@twfg.com. Kohut Insurance Agency, our policy is caring.
First pitch of the inning there for strike 1 as we return to Ron Mottl Field. Dylan Lefevre does remain on the mound for Bryant Stratton. And for them right now, it's simple. 6 outs, you get out of game number 1 with a massive win. The 0-1 fouled back by Bowles. As well, it is past 6 o'clock. So, well, game number 2 is not starting at 6 o'clock. Not that it takes a genius to figure that one out, but now we're looking towards a 6:45 to 7 p.m. start for game number 2, which again will mean a long night for us here. The 0-2 waves wide. And of course, for Bryant Stratton, you win game number 1 here. You control the series.
Yeah.
Up 1-0, and you win game number 2. You sweep, and you advance for the first time. The 1-2 bowls a shot into left field, and it will be tracked down by Will Bond easily for out number 1. And for Austin C-Max as a head coach, he is looking for his first ever playoff win. 0-2 entering play today in the tournament as he made it year number 1, losing 9-5 and 13-5 to Kalamazoo Valley. And I'm sure they'd rather be reminiscing on that one than playing Kellogg like they did today. But so far, 71-63 as the head skipper in 3 seasons. He has really done a nice job with this program, all said and done. You look at him last year with Coach Stolberg, those two guys were 2 of the big names in the conference doing a lot of good, and now Bryant Stratton, they have figured it out again this year. The 0-1 fouled back. And I think we're going to get to the point where you're going to see a lot of extra competitive teams. I mean, Owens has been great over the last couple of years in Division III. Same with Tara. Lorraine's going to be good in the next couple of years, and I think that depending on how they play the cards, Clark State is going to be a very good team too. The 0-2 will hit him. And Bortnick will take his base. So a big break for Tri-C as that'll bring back up Jameer Ross. But how competitive do you think the conference is going to be next year?
I hope very.
I think that JUCO and for USCAA's sake with KSU Tusk will be very competitive. I think the level of player that commits to these schools is going to be raised. And again, depending on who comes here, I know there's a lot of big names already committed to Tri-C. Again, Nick Nemeth linked to them. If he comes here, there's another big name coming. Back pick down to first, close but not in time. And I'll have my article up that I wrote for my final, which did get a 95, I do want to say. I did very good, actually 90. Still did good enough on that one to get an A in the class. But my final project was writing a recap on the class of 2026 at Holy Name. And I wanted to point out for Nick Nemeth, he has the chance to either A, go play football, or B, go play baseball. And you look at his comparisons, it is incredible. Swinging a miss there, now 1-1 the counts. I compare him to Austin Wondolowski, who is playing D1 football for Akron, and then under Carter, he was the first freshman in, I would say, a decade to start on varsity. I don't think Springer did, and he went to Cincinnati. So that's where he is stuck right now of deciding where he wants to go, which hopefully when we see him tomorrow for the NDCL game, he'll give us an answer, which, knowing him, he'll give us some kind of teasing answer.
Yeah.
He'll give the kind of, we'll see what happens answer. But if he comes here, I think a lot of that would have to come down to Coach Karen. That'd be one of his best recruiting gets. Count 1-1 here on Jameer Ross. Swing and a miss, chasing low. Count now 1-2. You look to game number 2. We'll see who Bryant Stratton brings out. We did see Balser last time in game 2, but there are a couple of our big arms in this rotation that could come out. And I think you agree. You throw your second best starter in game 2.
Yeah.
And for Tri-C, you bring out Torok. I think that one is pretty much solidified here. Could also still be more. Could be. But I would expect to see him out there. The 1-2, Ross will take. And I think a big reason why is he matches up well against this lineup, striking out a career high, well, he's tied career high, 11 last time he faced them. We'll save more of that talk for game number 2. The 2-2 hits the inner edge for strike 3. Punch out number 2 today for Dylan Lefevre. 2 down just like that, and here comes Nate Hill. The Top's still stuck on 3 hits in game number 1. And as well, Cam, in the meantime, I'll have you in a second go and find out some score updates in between the innings. But Hill, a shot deep to right, and it is foul. I mean, that ball was tanked.
Yeah.
That tree on your screen, it got past the tree. Can we find the baseball? I think that's the baseball right there. Baseball. Wow. That is the depth of the swing. I mean, that's way out of here, but way foul. The 0-1 goes opposite side and misses. Count now even 1-1 on Nate Hill, the former Medina battling B. 4-1, Bryant Stratton up by 3 in the bottom of the 8th. Runner goes, Hill, grounder over towards second. The flip to 1 is dropped. Sanchez couldn't hang on. It'll be an error on the first baseman, and here comes Diddy Farrell, a chance to tie the game up. 2 down this inning, but with Diddy, you never know what he can bring to the table with that swing. So far this season, once again, 389 average, 4 doubles, 4 long balls, 23 RBIs. It's go time for him. And I'll tell you what, if he goes long here, this dugout off to our right and this press box might both fall off. They might just fall off the face of the earth and just explode. Wouldn't be surprised. He got a good piece of it, but not enough. It's deep to right center field, and it is going to be caught by Stoltz to retire the side. I mean, that ball was inches away from the warning track. He had the right idea, just not enough wind behind it, and that will bring us to the 9th. Cam, we'll keep it here during the break. Let's find us some score updates to see what's going on across the rest of the region. And while you find those updates, looking at the rest of our coverage this week, tomorrow, Game 3 if necessary at 1 at 6:30. It'll be Holy Name versus NDCL baseball here at Ron Mottl Field. And we're back here again on Saturday. Holy Name Kenston. Next Monday, Tuesday, rivalry week will come to an end, or at that point, nearly rivalry 2 weeks, as Holy Name plays Padua at Padua on Monday, and then back here at Ron Mottl Field on Tuesday. But Cam, I'll give it over to you. What are our score updates?
So Grand Rapids won the first game. They're about to win the second game. They're up 12-6 in the bottom of the 9th inning. They just need 3 more outs to close that one out. 2 upsets brewing, though. Lansing down to Henry Ford. It's 6-5 in the top of the 7th inning in that one. And Mott on top of Macomb, 3-2 in the bottom of the 7th in that one.
So we'll have 2 games probably complete by the time that we're done here. But looking at this game, for Tri-C to avoid the upset, outside of simply scoring runs, how do you orchestrate it?
You need timely hitting. You've had 3 hits today. You have a lot of runners in scoring position, a lot of runners left on base. You just can't get them home.
And now for Bryant Stratton, how do you close it out? You're still on the road.
Yeah, get some insurance and just do what you've been doing.
And you look at game number 2, the key thing to note, Bryant Stratton will be the home team on the scoreboard. That's how the series works. 1-3, the host is home, and then it flips. So a weird one, but that'll definitely fit their agenda well. But as we've seen in the series, if you score first, you're in a good spot. But Tri-C has to have timely hitting, and game number 1 to end it here, but also game number 2. If you don't get good hitting in game 2, then you're going to be in a really tough spot going into game number 3 if you get there. Or if not, going into your last ups, which will be in the top of the inning, not the bottom next time out. Which still is going to definitely feel weird, as this is their home field, but they're going to be strangers in a familiar land, so to speak, in game number 2. But back to the action we go. McLean, Biscup, and Kidder. 2, 3, and 4 due up. And McLean getting aggressive early, fouls that one off. Time locally, 6:09 p.m. So over 3 hours in.
Yeah, I don't think we're starting until 7.
And I'll tell you what, I am seeing some final scores for OHSAA games starting at 5 before we're done here when we started at 3. I just saw a final for softball. That's incredible. Just shows how long this game has gone on. The 0-1 misses high. And once again, it's not like we started last year at 4 o'clock. We started at 3. Pretty close to 3 here. And we're still running this long in game number 1 that 2 game 2s will probably be done. If not more. The 1-1 there for strike 2. And again, nothing says that we don't go to the 10th. That would be the most obscure thing, but it would be the most interesting thing possible to see this game go to extra innings, because at that point, who has the advantage? Who knows? Wolves 1-2, runs inside, and I think the umpire maybe got hit there, and based on that reaction, that hit him in the arm, and I think more down towards the wrist. That one is going to hurt for the next couple of days. And Farrell will take a chance here to go and talk to Wolf. So we're thinking at least 7 o'clock, if not later, for game 2. Are we surprised? I feel like last year we started on time.
Yeah.
I think last year was exactly a 7 p.m. first pitch. Which, of course, it was a 4-7 last year. I think we were definitely the only game going on by the time we started, but I could be mistaken, as I don't really think we checked it as often last year. But again, some big games coming up this week, and then you flip to next week, and we're nearing the end of the regular season for the OHSAA, and with it, we're getting closer and closer to the 965, the NABF, and all of our other tournaments that we do cover. It'll be weird, though, once organized school ball is done, as pretty much from, what was that, Thursday, August 21st to, well, now we have been doing athletics with a high school and collegiate emphasis. 2-2 wide, and we are full. It'll be weird to go back to travel ball, but very entertaining, just given how much talent there is in the area. And how much of that talent will be taken into one roster. Team Ohio Pro Select, number 1 on that list. Here's the payoff pitch, and McLean will foul it off. But once again, make sure you stick with us for game number 2, as we will also have that one here. And as we mentioned, game number 3, if necessary, tomorrow afternoon at 1 p.m. Could be potentially the only game number 3 tomorrow. The payoff pitch, it's high for ball 4. And the leadoff man is aboard for Bryant and Stratton. McLean's second walk today, and he has reached for the 4th time. He's reached twice on walks, once on an error, once on a single. The outlier, a strikeout. Just looking at where we are right now, take a guess of what time we're done with this game.
What time is it right now? 6:13?
6:13. I was going to say 6:28. Laner just stole mine.
I was going to say, we're going to be done at 6:30 on the dot.
Something along those lines. But Wolf able to respond with a first pitch strike to Tyler Biscup. A pair of walks, a flyout, and a strikeout looking for him in game number 1. And as well, stick with us after our final commercial break in game number 1 as we announce our player of the game presented by the Healthiest Duke Chiropractic Center. The 0-1 connects again. And I wouldn't be surprised if we award the same player with that award as we did last time out. Can't just confirm who it is.
Yeah.
Shh, don't tell. We can't give away our secrets.
That's why you have to wait.
The 0-2 misses high.
Also, game's not over.
Game is not over. I mean, you've given out one player of the game in your time. Who got it for that paddle game, Woot? No, you gave it to the seniors.
Yeah, I did.
I forgot you did that.
Well, it was senior night.
It worked. It was fine. The 1-2, a good shot but foul. And, of course, that day was the only time that we ever did 2 games simultaneously. Hopefully not the only time. Hopefully football season will have something, as, of course, it's not like we have midweek games. The only exceptions will be Thursdays and Saturdays, but we don't want to only do 10. That's too easy. Throwback to 1, not in time, and this one will get away from Gallagher. McLean will cruise to second. He is going to think about 3, but he'll stay put at 2. That is the second time today a throwing error has occurred on that play. We go back to it. The aggression becomes too much when you start making mistakes. And now run number 5's in scoring position. And I believe there is now a napkin or something in right center field. You can kind of see it on your screen in the cell below the S. And, well, there it is. Is that a napkin?
I don't know what that is.
I think it is. No seagulls today. Yeah, that has to be. No seagulls, at least. They'll come and play between games. They usually do. They think they're a part of the team. The 1-2 will miss wide and low. 3 hours and 15 minutes into game number 1, and we are currently on pace to have the lowest scoring game in the region. 5 combined runs. The next lowest was 8. The 2-2 wide, and we are full. A lot of it comes down to just the free passes. Counting the walks for Bryant Stratton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 walks. And a couple of guys have been hits. Wolves payoff pitch. It is off the plate for ball 4. The 8th walk of the game. We have seen plenty of walks today. It was a killer going back to Sunday at Conotton Valley High School, and it appears to be a killer again here today at the Mott. Another score update?
Oh, now it's 12-9. It was 12-6.
Oh. So Mid-Michigan coming back. How many outs?
None.
Whoa. Can't count them out as that pitch will miss low to Kidder. Walk, stolen base, home run, single, 3 RBIs. What hasn't he done today for this team?
Pitched.
That's about it. He has been great at everything he has done. And oh, by the way, he has caught all 8 innings so far. So even more impressive from him. But as things stand, Bryant Stratton looking to be the only team to get an upset in game number 1 and to give their head skipper Austin Seamax his first career playoff win as the head coach. The 1-1 on the top corner connects. Not really much room to swing it there, but still just in the zone. Count now 1-2. Again, after Kidder, it goes to Holden Cope, the DH. And still none down here in the top of the 9th. Wolves 1-2. It is off and misses. Still a very close miss. And even more so going back to that game with Mid-Michigan. I'm just hoping they get done so we can say 2 games were completed before we got done with game number 1 because of how absurd it sounds. Here's the 2-2 taken, and we are full. Can I give you an insane stat here?
Go ahead.
Kellogg has been done for 1 hour and 17 minutes. They finished at 5 o'clock. They started at 1, finished at 5. That is absurd. And that's just when we saw they were done. Could have been quicker. Here's the payoff pitch. It's a good rope down the right field line, and it is going to go fair. 1 run will score. They will bring Biscup around from third and hold him up. Either way, it's an RBI double for Adam Kidder. He delivers again for the Bobcats. He is now a triple away from the cycle. 4 RBIs. He has been the X factor today.
Wow. Just a great piece of hitting right down the right field line.
He just hugged it perfectly. Excellent speed from McLean. There was no doubt that he was going to come around and score. And then after him, Biscup could have come around, but in the end, they held him up. That's the right call. Still no one down. You put 2 runners in scoring position, and now you bring up Holden Cope. You talk about somebody wanting to get a couple of nice runs on the board against his old team. But it looks like that is not going to be the case here. They will make a change. And that'll be Calvin Dean coming on in place of Cope. Dean, a 281 average on the year, 27 RBIs. So looking for 28 and 29 here. Still none away in the top of the 9th inning. Now 7 hits for Bryant Stratton in game number 1. Infield in as he will fly this one foul. You and I both agree here, I'm sure. If it's in foul territory, I don't know if you catch it. Or do you even play that game anymore?
You just got to get an out.
Just depends on that. I'm sure that will be their call. It's just a tough one of if you admit, okay, we're going to take the out and give you the run. Down already by 4. Your biggest deficit of the day. The 0-1 fouled back. But as you said, they need an out, and if they can get it at the plate, that'll help out their cause drastically. 5-1 your score, top of the 9th. And of course, the big glaring difference in the scoreboard outside of the hits, it's just both teams with 3 errors. Wolves 0-2, it is high. And he has had a lot of near misses on that pitch today. But hasn't missed by too much. And we'll see in the bottom of the inning if Tracy does make any offensive substitutions. The 1-2 off the plates. And now we are even 2-2. The longer this game goes on, Cam, the more and more high school finals we will have to report from the 5 o'clock window. And again, this was the 3 o'clock window game. it just gets weirder and weirder the more we say it. But it's still a true fact. Deuce is here on Dean. And he will send this one deep to center field. Plenty of carry. Ross is there and will make the grab for out number 1. And that'll bring in run number 6. And they'll bring in another one here. The play at the plate is not in time. It is a 2 RBI sacrifice fly for Calvin Dean. What a pinch hit for the freshman. Make it 7-1 BNS. How often do you see a 2 RBI sac fly?
Twice in 2 days, but
Where did you see one?
yesterday during the, or was that yesterday, 2 days ago during the Reds-Pirates game? The right fielder caught it, fell into the wall, and 2 runs scored.
I'll rephrase. On a clean catch in the outfield, how often do you see that? You never do. But Bryant and Stratton, they have made a statement in game number 1. Up by 6, their biggest lead of the day. And unlike last year, the pressure is on Tri-C in game number 2 to go out there to keep their season going. And a 1-0 count here on Gherkin. And quickly, 2-0. Looking ahead to the bottom of the 9th, Gallagher, Miller, or rather, at this point, Jones, and could be Merritt or Trobenter, just depending on how they want to operate it, due up in the 4, 5, and 6 spots. The 2-0, wave and a miss. How many changes do you make? Do you bring in some new guys, or I think you're going to let Vinny go. Do you keep Jones in there? Do you make somebody else come up? Does Coe stay in, or does it go back to Trobenter?
I don't know.
Just depends on who you want to try to bring in, but there is going to be some action now in the bullpen for Tri-C. And I don't think that is going to be for game number 2. I think there'll be action to try and settle it down here. The 3-1 in there, and we are full. Last year's game number 2 ended up going 3.5 hours. We will have that in game number 1. Here's the payoff pitch. It will miss for ball 4. A close call, but Gherkin will take his base, and that'll bring us back to Kevin Sanchez. A double his last time up, a single before that, but before those two, back-to-back pop-outs to the first baseman. Rather, to the pitcher. So you look at where he sits. 2 for 4 today. He has been a really powerful bat for this team. And part of the reason why they are up by 6, their biggest lead of the game. And he will take strike 1. But now looking at the offense, the question is, who gets player of the game? Now looking at the board again, it becomes a closer question. The 0-1, there for 0-2. In the on-deck circle after Sanchez, it goes to Wilbon, the right fielder, or rather the left fielder. Wolf's 0-2, it'll be left high. Whoa! There's the late call for strike 3. I mean, he waited a little bit to call it, but there is strikeout number 2 today for Mason Wolf. I mean, how many seconds did he wait there? 9? 10? Waited quite a bit to call that one. And now, Cam, you're showing me. I mean, that's incredible. 2 RBIs coming around on a sac fly is insane. Now a ground ball over towards short. They will take the out at 2, and the inning is over. A nice turn there from Braden Bortnick to get out of the inning. But the damage, it has been more than done. The biggest single inning of offense today for Bryant and Stratton. They plate 3 in the top of the 9th. It's go time for Tri-C's offense. 3 outs to play with, down by 6 as we enter the bottom of the 9th.
Experiencing pain of any kind? Call a timeout and stop by the Healthiest You Chiropractic Center. There, Dr. Max or Dr. Stephanie will provide a top-tier adjustment. Then you'll unwind in their therapy room. Visit their website at www.thychiro.com or call 440-238-3338 and book an appointment today. The Healthiest You Chiropractic Center, keeping Strongsville pain-free since 2013. Looking to get in shape and join a great community? Look no further than CrossFit Strongsville. We offer classes taught by our amazing staff of coaches. If going solo is more your speed, stop in for our open gym hours. Visit our website at CrossFitStrongsville.com to learn more and view our schedule. Visit our new location at 12608 Alameda Drive in Strongsville. Strongsville CrossFit, you're worth it. You deserve to be healthier and happier.
Cam, you have a big score update for us from Macomb Community College.
Yes, Mott is up 6-2 heading to the 9th inning after a close game one in which Macomb won 6-5. This one might be getting a little bit out of reach. Might be playing a game 3 tomorrow in that one.
In a crazy hypothetical world where this result holds and extends and Macomb does not advance, the number 4 seed Grand Rapids could be your 2 seed heading to Jackson. If not, if Tri-C gets it done, they'll be coming in as the 2 seed. And from there, they would most likely have a date then with Mott. Which at that point for round 1, if you get there, you're not in a bad spot. But of course, the key is getting there, and it looks like you might have to win back-to-back games 2 and 3 to get there. The 0-1, a shot into center field, and it'll be tracked down quite easily for out number 1. Back-to-back putouts from Stoltz out in left center. And the Tops have 2 outs to play with. But crazy that we have 2 finals already. And I think that Mott one is going to come in relatively soon because they're technically the home team in game 2. So I believe Macomb is down to their final 3 outs. Which is an insane thing to think about. Now here comes Jacob Jones once again, and he will take strike 1 down the middle. 0 for 1 so far in this game, and once again, stick with us after our final commercial break as we will announce our player of the game presented by the Healthiest You Chiropractic Center. And he will sky this one, and it is fouled away. Count now 0-2. Lefevre here looking to get his 3rd strikeout of the day and get within 1 out of the win. And Jones fouls it off. Kind of a half swing there, but still a swing. And in the on-deck circle, we'll see who it is. It's going to be Ignacio. So that'll be the 3rd technical DH today. Tro got the start, then Merritt, and now finally Ignacio. Counts it at 0-2 on Jones. This one flown into shallow right field and down for a base knock. He will take a heavy turn but retreat back to 1. It helps. It's a start. And now here comes Nolan Ignacio, who we have seen go yard in the past. And now my question is for Bryant Stratton. If you get to a point with 2 outs, do you bring out a pitcher to try and get you a 1/3 of an out that quick?
I mean, you have 6 runs to play with here. I don't think it's too big of an issue right now. Maybe if it gets a little bit closer, but
I wouldn't think you would. It just depends on how quick you want to get out of game 1, which I think for you, the longer you extend this game, I mean, offensively you did, but as long as it stays like this, no more scoring, and if you have to drag out a few at-bats, I don't think this is the point of the game where you would hate a 3-2 because then it just further drags out the demoralization. It's a weird one where you want to be done quick, but at the same time, if you keep it going, you can just continue to toy with them.
yeah.
But once again, Austin Seamax on the cusp of getting his first career playoff win as the Bryant Stratton head coach. And again, he has done an amazing job with this program, getting it to where it is right now. The 0-2 wave and a miss. And the Tops are down to their final out in game number 1. Bryant Stratton 1 out away from a historical win. You go back to when this program was kick-started by Eric Laetta, now the AD over at Lorain County back in 2021. First year came out and won a conference title. A couple of years later, you bring on Austin Seamax, and he looks to be that guy who is going to be the coach that's remembered. Runner goes here as that one is fouled back. But how impressed are you by this Bryant Stratton team?
Very. Done a phenomenal job. especially keeping Tri-C off the board. Only 4 hits. A couple of walks here and there, but every time that Tri-C's been threatening, they've been able to get out of the inning.
And the only run scored on a drop third strike, which Wager should have gotten out of the inning with. Runner goes again on the 0-1, and it is taken wide, and there is indifference from the catcher. So Jones now stands in scoring position. Time now 6:31, so we are all wrong on the final time. But probably not too far off. Lefevre's 1-1. Take it high for ball 2. After Dreger, it'll turn over to Jackson Bowles. Once again, game number 2 scheduled for around a half an hour after this one is done. The 2-1 backs them out. Count now 3-1. So I'd assume around 7:05 to 7:15. Or, like they do in Canada at the Rogers Center so often, 7:07. Because for some reason, 7:05 is not good enough. Here's the 3-1. It is wide for ball 4, and the game will continue. I do want to ask that. Why do you guys start games at 7:07 half the time? It is something that we usually see only at the Rogers Center, too. Have you ever wondered that one? I know playing Emily the Show, I'd always see it on my calendar every time. It's just the 7:07. It just throws me off.
That's when Drake wants to start the game.
I don't know about that one. Could be. And Bowles, a shot deep to right, but foul. That is the second foul home run today from Tri-C's offense. And there were runners on both times. And I think you look at that game, you straighten both of those out, this is a completely different game.
Yeah.
The 0-1 up the middle, scooped up by Lefevre. Take a bow, Bryant Stratton College. You get the upset in game number 1. 7-1 your final. And for the first time in his collegiate coaching career, Austin Seamax has won a tournament game for the Bobcats. I mean, this team deserves all the credit in the world, Cam, for how well they played today. Domination. 4 hits allowed against a dominant offense in Tri-C. One of the best teams in the area, averaging over 9 runs per game. They got it done, 7-1, and they are 1 win away. Now 26-27 on the year from not only getting back to 500, but also advancing to Jackson College next week to play in the regional tournament. 7-1 your final in game number 1. When we return, we will announce our player of the game, presented by the Healthiest You Chiropractic Center, as you are watching college baseball and the NJCAA Division II Region 12 tournament on SmeeSports.
Experiencing pain of any kind? Call a timeout and stop by the Healthiest You Chiropractic Center. There, Dr. Max or Dr. Stephanie will provide a top-tier adjustment. Then you'll unwind in their therapy room. Visit their website at www.thychiro.com or call 440-238-3338 and book an appointment today. The Healthiest You Chiropractic Center, keeping Strongsville pain-free since 2013. Looking to get in shape and join a great community? Look no further than CrossFit Strongsville. We offer classes taught by our amazing staff of coaches. If going solo is more your speed, stop in for our open gym hours. Visit our website at CrossFitStrongsville.com to learn more and view our schedule. Visit our new location at 12608 Alameda Drive in Strongsville. Strongsville CrossFit, you're worth it. You deserve to be healthier and happier. Life moves fast, and so do the unexpected moments. At the Kohut Insurance Agency, we've got you covered. Whether it's auto, home, renters, or something else, our goal is simple: to protect what matters most to you while saving you time and money. With personalized service and the power of many trusted carriers, we'll find the right coverage for you at the right price. Peace of mind shouldn't be complicated. Give us a call at 330-542-6400 or shoot us an email at david.kohut@twfg.com. Kohut Insurance Agency, our policy is caring.
Welcome back to Tri-C's Ron Mottl Field. 7-1 your final in game number 1. Bryant Stratton pulls off the upset and becomes the only lower seed today to win the opener of the NJCAA Regional Tournament. As we toss it back upstairs, I am Nathan Smee. Alongside me today, Ragazzo, your player of the game, presented by the Healthiest You Chiropractic Center. It's a no-brainer. For the second time this season, he gets the award. Max Wager, 13 strikeouts today. You talk about domination, number 36 comes to mind.
Yeah, I mean, he was completely dominant the entire time that he was in. Got taken out towards the end. The run was an unearned run that came in that, 7th inning, but really just stopped all of Tri-C's momentum. I gave up what I believe was 3 hits. I mean, just a phenomenal job of the man. I mean, the strikeouts speak for themselves, just mowing down hitters left and right.
To expand it, he pitched, I'm trying to do the math here, so 12 2/3 innings between both games here. I'm going to flip back in my book to see the strikeouts. He had 13 in this game. You go back to game number 1 on Friday, he only had 6. So 19 strikeouts and 12 2/3 innings of work, allowed 4 hits and 1 unearned run. He dominated here.
Yeah, that's it's about as good as you're going to get.
Of course, honorable mention goes out to Adam Kidder as he went 3 for 4 in game number 1, an RBI double, a 2-run homer, an RBI single, and beyond that had a walk and a stolen base. This Bryant Stratton offense, they were great. Now for Tri-C, it's Ryan Torok starting to try and shut them down. A tied career high 11 strikeouts the last time we saw him. The weight of the world is on his shoulders as it is simple. Unless Tri-C wins the next 2 games, their season is done very soon. As for Bryant Stratton, you have to win one of the next 2, and you advance to Jackson. And what a monumental thing that would be for this young program.
Absolutely. I mean, yeah, huge, huge, huge. I think big thing on Tri-C, though, is it's got to fall on the hitting, right? Obviously, you face a dominant pitcher for 7 and a little bit more in this game, but you need more timely hitting. You had a couple of opportunities, although you didn't get on by the hits. You got on by the hit by pitchers and the walks, but you need to be able to come home. And if you get a hit in some of those scenarios, I mean, this could be a completely different outcome. But just all credit to the pitching staff and the defense of Bryant Stratton.
What a crazy day it was. Cam, one final score update as I go through the list of things to close out the broadcast. To stay up to date on all the games that we are covering, follow SmeeSports on Instagram and TikTok, SmeeSports LLC on Facebook and LinkedIn, and SmeeFest 2024 on Twitter. As well, go down below and subscribe. While there is no added cost, it helps greatly with all we do here at SmeeSports as we cover the best of the Cleveland and Stark County areas. As well, information is on your screen as to how you can become a broadcast sponsor with us going forward. And again, we have game number 2 coming up after this. Game 3 tomorrow if necessary. Holy Name NDCL Baseball at 6:30 tomorrow. And then on Saturday, rounding out the week, it is going to be Holy Name versus Kenston Baseball. 12 p.m. first pitch. Cam, I'm ready for some score updates. Or if you need a second, I'll go through some high school ones. 14-4 Canton South takes down Canton Central Catholic in softball, I believe. Yes, that is the final score for that game. Looking through some other games going on right now. Marlington softball up 6-2 on Alliance. West Branch up 2-0 on Salem in baseball. Shaker Heights up 6-2 on Lake Catholic in baseball. Marlington, same sport, 4-0 on the Alliance Aviators. I mean, that's a big one for them, especially against D'Angelo Fisk on the mound. And in softball, EC up 15-6 on Holy Name. Padua to round it out up 7-0 on EC in baseball. Cam, I'll go to you.
Tie game. Lansing Stars 9, Henry Ford 9 in the top of the 8th inning. And Macomb Baseball not done yet. They're up 8-6 now over Mott in the top of the 9th inning.
Can't be too surprised there, but that'll do it for us in game number 1. Time to hop on over to game link number 2 as we get ready for a pivotal matchup. It's simple. If the 8th seed wins, they get the upset sweep over Tri-C. If the Tops win, we are back here tomorrow afternoon for a massive winner-take-all Game 3 at 1 p.m. But for Cam Ragazzo, I am Nathan Smee saying so long from Ron Mottl Field for now, and we will see you again next time. 7-1 your final in game number 1. Bryant Stratton gets the win over Tri-C as you are watching the NJCAA Division II Region 12 Baseball Playoffs on the SmeeSports YouTube channel.